Ba-doo. Womp. Womp. Ba-doo. Oh shit, I forgot to do the funny game where I make people wait. Where I don't announce the stream. I wait to see who shows up. Higher beat. I fucked up. I forgot to do the funny bit. No. Hi Beans, how's it going? What am I still supposed to? Oh, to post to Insta, of course. It's the most important place that I post. How else are we going to get people talking about my oiled up ass under their Christmas tree for Rbeat to ban? You really need to keep your mods healthy with a steady supply of people to ban. Otherwise, they begin to waste away and become anemic. Hi, Bremy. Oh, that wasn't our. I'm sorry, Bremy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for misattributing Bremy. It's just that Rbeat is so much more vocally, objects so much more vocally to that kind of guy. I didn't realize that that kill was yours. I apologize for misattributing it, Bremy. I'm sorry. Hi, Beans. Hi, Catfish. It's evening for some of us, those of us east of the Atlantic. Did I just get lip gloss on my shirt? No, I don't think so. No. I try to be nice to my mods. My point stands that you have to keep your mods fed on a steady diet of bannable chatters, or else they begin to become restless. Rbeat, I kind of did, as I mentioned in the fitness channel on our Discord, which you can join, viewer, by clicking the link. I had to rush the day a little bit. I didn't do my stretches. And also, I skipped the chest compressor, because I figure I could just fit that into my next leg day, and also there's a fucking guy on it, and he did not look like he was gonna get off of it anytime soon. I overslept. I had my alarms turned off. I can only assume because I actually know exactly why it is. Normally I have alarms for 7 and 7:30 every day, but yesterday they were tearing up the street outside my window, and that's like, tearing up the street in and of itself is like, okay, the city has to do that. I get it. The street is city property. Fine. But what woke me up wasn't like the construction noises. Bremy, there's a problem. There's a problem with that, Bremy. I think if I think about it, I think there's at least one quality of mine that inhibits me from achieving that. I can't necessarily put my tongue to it just this second. All right. When Cassie saw that I'm mutuals with Vic. Oh, thank you so much, Locktar, for the 29 months. Cassie saw that I'm mutuals with Vic, and when she was explaining one of the workouts to me, it's the pulley crunch, which I still don't know how it is, but she gets down and like kneels, and she told me that I should kneel like I do to my Chinese empress. I said, I don't call her that. Helen of Troy drained my wallet. Troy isn't in Greece no more. Also, I don't think the Trojans were Greek. Trojan language. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Were they even... I remember looking this up before. That the Trojan language, it's debated if it's even Indo-European. And it seems like most of the hypotheses are that it is not Indo-European. Which would make sense. It's a fucking Greek Troy story. Hi, Rbeat. Why did you post that now? You've been here for a minute. What was I talking about? I forgot something. Fuck. What was I talking about? You guys distracted me. Yum, 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 yum. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry I didn't stretch. Yeah, there's a guy on the chest compressor, and he looked like he wasn't going to move. Upper body workout or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, okay, Rbeat. Maddox Trojan debate. Ken, thank you for the $5 donation. That's kind of you. I appreciate that. I was discussing this with Bremy, but fascinatingly, my I've been posting pictures, post-workout pictures to my Twitter in which I look really hot, and I've been enjoying accolades as a result. There, strangely, these posts seem to have attracted a quite vocal minority of people who would like to see me have sex with a specific kind of man. And they're really, really clear and persistent about their interest in seeing me have sex with a specific kind of man. And they don't fucking shut up. I didn't necessarily anticipate this correlation. I might have anticipated that they would want to see me have sex with men, not necessarily. Oh, what are you gonna do? Cassie did accuse me of posting Gooner bait, which I then posted, and everybody said that I was posting Gooner bait. So I guess we've just that's just been established. Indeed, ZJ Mac. Not even the speaker in most occasions, which is interesting. Why? It's odd, right? Why would a guy in the replies want to see you have sex with someone who was not him? I can't imagine what motivating factor there might be in these men that is driving the tone of their replies. Wise words, Practical. Some are very insistent that it's not with them themselves. Practical, it's a big thing right now. You guys remember, I think it was like at the start of the pandemic when incest was the big thing with all the step family members? This is the big thing right now. There's always a big thing. And, you know, for better or for worse, it bowls over. Because also, at the beginning of the pandemic, femboys had a really big moment. You might recall Femboy Hooters. And you saw a lot of art of Astolfo and Gyarados Link. And is that Femboy from Genshin Impact? Venti? Less now. So, you know, maybe a little more bearish on Tessa Futures, but it was a lovely moment. A cultural touchstone. Practical Aviation Cat. Thank you for pinning it. Thank you for pinning it. I was about to pin it. Thank you. Practical Aviation Cat. More relatable words have never been spoken. Here, let me read it on stream. I understand the appeal of being pathetic and lame in a sexual encounter, but I would still like to have sex. There, now you have it in my voice as well. Oh, man. I did both to get myself home more swiftly and because I've been thinking about doing it. During my walk home from the gym, I incorporated some jogging today. Recorded forever. I incorporated some jogging, which was fine. I'm not good at establishing a steady but faster than strolling pace while walking, which is what you need to do for cardio. Right now, I don't do any cardio. Indeed, this has been a problem that has haunted me since I was in middle school, and I tried to join cross country because I was, you know, quite small and weak and frail, much as now, and I didn't want to join a real sport. I was like, yeah, run around, but I just, you know, I move quickly, and then I tire. I need to set like a good constant pace. It's obviously a lot easier when you're right, Arvid. I was gonna say when you're on a treadmill. I see everybody at the gym on their treadmills. Um, there we go. I see everybody on the gym at their treadmills, but it takes me so long to get to the gym because I go there on foot and I do it in the morning before streams. So I don't want to fucking waste time. And I don't have the time to be on a treadmill for 15 minutes, even though when I've gone to the gym with Cassie and we've gone on the treadmill for 15 minutes at the end of the workout, I can appreciate how easy it is when you're on that to keep a brisk pace. Also, the walk home from the gym has various crossed lights and shit, so I can't just always... Also, it's hot as fuck. I remember what I was gonna talk about. They're tearing up the street outside, and why my alarm didn't go off. I don't mind them tearing up the street necessarily, although obviously it's annoying to have construction happening on the other side of your fucking head, on the other side of a wall from your head. But what awoke me at 6, or I think earlier yesterday morning, was the sound of a siren that was identical to a police siren and a voice talking on a megaphone. There's a car outside my place, clearly moving very slowly, not moving through the block, like moving along the block extremely slowly, with the siren on and somebody shouting through a megaphone. I was like, are we fucking getting raided by the cops? What is happening? But it's so odd. It was to appearances a construction vehicle, like just a truck, and it had yellow and red lights on the top of it, not red and blue lights on top of it, like a cop car. But I swear to you, the siren was identical. I think they were just trying to clear the block, but Jesus Christ, man. So that woke me up, and then they started jackhammering. Because I was already awake, I turned off my alarms. But then, fool of fools, even though I woke up today at like 6 a.m. and I was like, oh, I could go back to sleep. I didn't wake up again until like 8:30 because I didn't have my 7 a.m. alarms to wake me up. It was very tragic. So I had a very rushed morning. I wish that it had been less rushed. All right, video games. Hi! Bremy, I'm sorry. Hi, Just. Bremy, I'm sorry. That's a really funny joke you made about my future being bearish. That's good. I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge it in the moment. I was, speaking on other matters, but you made a good joke. Thank you, Bremy. I appreciate your largesse. Oh, God, I forgot that I need money from this stream. Yeah, RV, yeah, I fucking set you up for that, huh? Yeah. Oh, I'm still playing iTunes music. I mean, it's a beautiful song. One of my favorite... I don't know if it is accurate to call her an e-girl. One of my favorite beautiful women that I follow online.
Jerk me around.
Thank you so much for the $50 donation. I didn't even say anything. Thank you. Yay. Thank you, Locktar. That's very kind of you. Mwah. All right, let's talk to this tree man. One of my favorite beautiful women that I follow online sadly recently sustained a sports injury, and that's not a euphemism. She actually broke her leg, and I'm thinking of donating to her recovery fund. But she's been posting updates to her story, and it's good to see it's going well. I don't know why I brought that up. It's something I've been thinking about, because I like her, and I'm sad that she broke her leg. Yeah, I know, Beans. I do think e-girl is a bit overused. Nobody says cam girl anymore. If that word was still in use, I would get a lot of mileage out of it. But it fell out of use like a decade ago. So I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to say. Agent Lang. I don't know. I really don't know why it fell out of use. They didn't stop existing. There's still women on those sites on cam. Why did people stop saying fucking cam girl? Anyway, Agent Lang. Lang Z says, little cubs, never did they know the real fury of the elder wolves. God, shut the fuck up, dude. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. That's true, RB. That's a fair point. I guess so, Muppet Robot. People still stream on other sites that I won't name because I don't want Twitch to accuse me of promoting them. That makes it... Yeah, Bremy, a lot of people do say OnlyFans girls. I guess that would be the equivalent. But that, you know, conjures a certain image. I feel like cam girl's broader. And what does that mean? I've been distracted. It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Okay, ma'am. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made with Bobbly's ink. They were all of Zhang Fa denominations. All right, that's not my fucking fault, man, but I'm sorry that happened to you. Yes, or so I heard from Ms. Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. You must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zhang Fa's in financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. Wow, really? No one can? The problem isn't just that, like, cashiers can't tell the difference? Your government can't tell the fucking difference? But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this, and have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zhang Fa, and I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no, it is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Workus, you fool! Curse your empty brain! You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den. Because we're like wolves. Fucking okay. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as Faye. Agent Lang, a moment. What do you mean there's a fucking murder? You wolfman and secretary lady. Hold it. Objection, pal. Detective Gumption, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yup, and on that note... and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, detective. The Mask the Second's note data updated in my organizer. Okay, what the fuck evidence do I even have? Right, there's the statues, and Babal had the fake one, but then it was swapped with the real one. Manny is dead. Fucking goddamn it. He had this knife, but it wasn't what killed him. It was a way to get into the safe on both ends, key-wise and knife-wise. That's what killed him, but the handle... The blade came from Alabast, but the handle was one of the handles from Babal. And then the Bobbly's handle... Okay. Interesting. I don't really understand why those are separate. You'd think that this sprite wouldn't have the handle then. Okay. Ink, counterfeit bills, samurai spear. Really, the samurai spear? I still need that? Passion flowers, which have not come up. Presumably, I will talk to Old Man Winter at some point. Right. He got the note telling him to swap the statues. We do, RB, because my God, that's so much evidence. We do, because we know that she ran into the room where the body was found and then snuck out of it and then came back in and pretended not to have been in there. So, hey, Mr. Prosecutor, how long do you intend to hold this up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Kochin was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, what are you doing asking her something about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babal investigation at all. At all. So I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgevas, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on.
I've never seen a woman.
Or Perry, rather. Thank you so much for the 29 months. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Fuck you. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? I think she's fixing to treat you as a subordinate for the rest of her life, my dude. You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. I should have known. I know, right, Reza? Most people would pay for this kind of treatment from her. That you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. Armpit moment. Wow, holy shit, I'm sorry. Well, I'll prove her innocent, so let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. I'm sorry. I'm really tired, like, physically. I forgot. You need to understand that most of the time on stream, I'm specifically not restraining myself from saying anything because that's how you fill airtime. So sometimes I forget there are some things that I should withhold. No, Brevy, no! For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. I'm gonna have to turn the AC back on. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony? You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw? Today, I sweat at the gym for like almost the first time in my life. I was doing the bicep curls, and I was like, why are my arms sticky? What is this? I usually don't sweat, but it's so fucking hot today. Yeah, God, the backs of my knees are sweaty. Okay, I gotta turn on the AC. Hang on. You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw? That's right. That person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second. But first, I want to review what Kay's mystery person did, for those of us who haven't played this game in 3 days. Kay, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did.
Okay, you got it.
Harvey, thank you so much for the $25. Is that to comfort me in my being put down? Are you gonna put it into the coffin? I first spotted this. Wow, you know what would go off is a funeral pyre where instead of like planks of wood, it was cash.
I first spotted the suspicious person near the open-air stage on the Bobolese side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase.
For the sake of argument, let's call the suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now, please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor.
I don't know if you're allowed to do that for the sake of argument.
Can do. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Bobolese embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Kochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room,
I know, right, Jess?
but when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Who's there? By the time I had turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared.
When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang?
What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl under cover of darkness.
Objection! Sorry, but I know for a fact the person didn't escape through that door.
Oh? And how do you know that with such certainty?
That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had run through that door, they would have left through that door, they would have run right into this person.
Gumshoe, right?
Take that!
Oh shit, I got it wrong.
This is who the suspicious person would have ran into.
I guess they mean Sheena.
Huh? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are you sure you're not losing it? I haven't lost anything, and certainly not my mind.
Maybe not, but you definitely have the wrong person. Right, sorry, I'm terrible with names. I meant, this... I was gonna call her a cross-dresser because her hair looks like a wig.
Take that!
Your answer is Sheena?
Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Sheena, who's in the next room over.
I didn't think this worked well because I thought we were trying to argue that Sheena was the one who fled through the room. And that is probably what happened, but she wouldn't have run into herself.
Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question?
No, I didn't see anyone. See, that's odd, because she should lie and say that she did see someone. But then it would be like, well, then why were you trying to arrest Kay in the moment?
You see, therefore the Yatagarasu couldn't have...
It just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out into the hallway.
Objection! I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway.
A certain detective who I just said! But you told me it was the wrong answer, video game.
Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time?
Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream, I was right there, and the Yatagarasu would have ran into me, but for some reason, I was the wrong answer, and you were supposed to say Sheena. I ran Sheena is like one of those names that Ken Penders gives to one of his echidna and OCs. I ran towards Mr. Kochin's office from the opposite direction of Sheena, sir. Cordwainer, was it not obvious? Oh, the old mystical tree man from the meme? It's more obvious if you've played the game and you know that Quercus alba looks like a tree. His fucking name in Japanese, in the Japanese version of the game, because it's not a Japanese name, is Carnage Onred, which is like a really fucking aggressive name, first of all, and second of all, has nothing to do with the fact that he looks like a fucking tree, which is clearly intended in his character design because there's a tree that looks like him in his office. Why the fuck is that his name? I guess because he's a veteran, but it's Carnage. Why is he named Carnage?
So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route.
Damn, dude, you're cracking under very little pressure.
Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened.
Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. This is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken.
I get it, so that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out.
Precisely. I mean, no fucking shit, man.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust with a revolving fireplace wall explanation, right?
No, not quite yet.
Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time.
The revolving wall on the Babali side is known only to 4 people.
This is a real trick that cops do.
And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end.
What's all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? He's trying to bait the information about the revolving door from Sheena. So he can be like, oh, how'd you know? Afraid I'll figure out your tactics?
Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off.
That smug, haughty attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Huh. Well, no matter. I've already figured you out anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape?
I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo.
God, I forgot Detective Bad was even in this case. So many goddamn characters in it. I'm a little disappointed that you can't present profiles in this game, because I like doing that. Look at this guy. Can you imagine him being named Carnage?
I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible.
Now, I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly.
Of course I know that!
That's bloody common sense? Are you British, Edgeworth? Have you been British this whole time?
Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route.
I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself. Okay, guys, don't worry. It's possible he's not British. He was in Germany, right? From age like 10 to 20 with Manfred and Franziska von Karma. It's possible that just when he had the opportunity to speak English, it was British English because England is quite near to Germany. And so he picked up some Britishisms. It's possible he's still not British. Let's cling to that hope. Alright then, explain yourself.
The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after.
You can say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want, like British. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence.
Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same as the one in this photo.
Why is there no background? Yeah, CJ McAnee picked up some slang in that time. Why is there no background music for this part? Was the window sealed? Is there evidence that the window was sealed? I really don't know. I don't know, man. Literally flew from Heathrow on Sunday. It's a grim. I'm sorry you had that experience, Catfish. I don't fucking know. Shit, I have no idea. Video game, I don't know. Taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th floors had taken place. Wow, I'm really fucked. Okay, R-beat. Noted. Let me look at it. What proves that the person K saw is not... I mean, I wouldn't call this a fucking person. But what proves that this shape isn't the person that K saw? I don't know. Oh, wait, there's information. Heartbeat, can you tell me what it is so I'm not sitting here guessing and losing all my health because I don't remember any of the evidence. Oh, just the photo? See, I was thinking of presenting the photo, but I didn't know how that would work.
Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kei saw.
Okay.
Kei spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just
After the first fire. I did not clock that. See, its description in the evidence says taken after the first fire, but it doesn't say taken before the 3rd fire. Okay. Or before the 2nd fire, whatever. I missed it. Let's move on.
Yeah, way to go. That's twice you've bit him in the butt now.
We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is.
Yeah, what the fuck?
And how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you?
Hi, 20 yards.
Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet.
As I thought.
However, the Yatagarasu's escape route? Now that I can answer.
You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on and enlighten me.
Hold it! Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct?
Athabascan. That's the word that keeps reminding me of. Okay, I reduced the price of the Ahegao for you.
In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Baba Lee's side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Shina, explained in my stead?
Ugh, Shina's my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss?
Fine, it's all right. I can take care of him.
Shina.
You've shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth.
That smile is very scary. She does look a lot like 2B.
Alright, if you're okay with it, then you have my support.
Finally, it's down to just Agent Shina and myself. This is where the battle really begins. The real Dark Souls starts here. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Baba Lee's embassy?
I really don't see how you're gonna draw the knowledge about the revolving fireplace out of her. Because it really seems like she would never want to admit that she knows about that because it would immediately incriminate her. Shina's movements.
During the first Baba Lee's fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babal.
Oh, okay, that was the sequence of events. See, I had forgotten because it's been days since I played the game. They saw the shadow. They saw the bundle in the air. That's the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal. And then the second fire happened. Mea culpa.
While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say.
But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Kochin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony.
Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation?
No, I moved alone.
In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct?
Knuckle back! Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic! I'm sorry for calling you pathetic during our investigation.
And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale?
And how about, well, Kay was alone in the room with the murder victim. Sheena was just alone in a room, ostensibly.
And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner?
Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation.
Also, I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected.
Aren't you supposed to be perfect? What do you mean you suppose?
I'll make no excuse for what I did in that situation. But you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize.
I'm sorry.
It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second.
And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena.
Then let's put that to the test and see if she is really worthy of your trust.
This promises to be interesting.
Sheena's movements.
During the first Bobley's fire,
Oh, she already said this shit. Heard a scream. Was unable to catch a glimpse. I'm skeptical that they even exist. Okay, I'm just gonna start pressing.
Hold it!
So you helped with the fire extinguishing effort.
I was in charge of the police on the Bobley's side, so I helped them with their work.
Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people.
She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage.
I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at just the right time.
To prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary.
She kind of seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she?
Gumshoe, you're not supposed to say the quiet part loud. It's clear she's the Dom. At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective.
Oog! I kind of had a feeling you were going to say that.
Why does Gumshoe say oog?
Sheena's more than just a capable secretary, you know. Sheena, tell him what other things you're good at.
Not in public, Lang. I told you before. All right.
Hold it!
By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor of Babal, correct?
Yes, that was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babal.
And you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after.
There is no proof that the suspicious person was really the Atakarasu, because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face.
By the way, how was your team's investigation?
In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor via the windows, so the majority of the investigators conducted their searches on other floors.
Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the third floor.
Oh, that's right. Gumshoe said that when he tried to take the elevator during the fire, it was in use. Do I have his testimony to that effect? Apparently not. That's odd, right? That seems... Oh, no. That seems like an important piece of evidence.
When the fire was pretty much out, I moved on to investigate the third floor.
And you did that alone?
Yes.
Hold
I heard a scream.
So you were in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office.
I already told you I was earlier, as I was examining the neighboring room. I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Cochin's office.
Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall.
Yes, I did.
But she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we'd already cleared that up.
And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior.
I don't think it's your behavior.
Now, if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet.
Oong!
I have to agree. Right now is not the time to take issue with that.
Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
What I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu, Agent Sheena.
Prosecutors of this country are all so strange.
Hold it! Is there a problem with that? You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room? Is that true?
I really hate to repeat myself.
I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you're not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are you calling Sheena's testimony a lie?
Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Sheena right now. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments.
Yo, how did he get you with that?
Aw, I feel kind of bad for him.
I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth.
Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me.
And why is that?
Okay. Before I press on that next piece of testimony, is there a reason she should have been able to see the Yatagarasu? Then again, the right route can just be pressing on everything.
Hold it! Are you throwing Kay's words into doubt again?
Is there any proof that the person that Kay saw run into the room existed? I mean, yes, because we know that the fireplace was used. Thank you, Bremy. I'd love a treat. But we're probably not supposed to talk about the fireplace.
Are you throwing Kay's words into doubt again?
Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu, despite being just an average citizen.
Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu.
That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. Let's keep saying Yatagarasu.
And I suppose you have proof of that somewhere?
Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough.
Gay. L. Cringe.
Kay's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony.
Oh, then why don't you show her using what we found out with Little Thief?
I will in due time.
All right, great. They did not update her dialogue.
Hold it!
Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. I think it might be time to present the fireplace. And she'll be like,
Well, I know that no one came through the fireplace because I was in the next room.
well, although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu.
Objection!
Wow, really? Okay. You're playing the fireplace card almost immediately. I wouldn't have done it, dude, but I couldn't think of anything else.
Being in the room next to Mr. Kochan's office is the problem with your testimony.
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all.
Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastion office fireplace?
Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? What about it?
Well, Alabast isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces.
What?
The fireplace in Mr. Kochan's office holds the exact same secret.
What?
The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now do you see?
Okay, so we know it's not a wig.
If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu.
Okay, interesting tack to take here. I feel like she could just refute it by saying, nobody came through the fireplace, and I know because I was there. I guess that's when we present the fact that the ashes were transferred from one side to the other, so we know it was used.
What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu? Or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat. Wow, really going for the throat. Pretending to be the Yatagarasu. And you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Kochin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. It's not a wedding, Edgeworth. What did she say? Oh, nothing.
Ellipsis.
How dare you make Kay look out? How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Ugh.
Sheena?
Oh, come on, really already with the reveal? I remembered it last stream. I didn't want to say anything.
Whoa!
Yeah, Brevi, they do have the exact same face. I had forgotten it. But then it came back to me during the previous stream.
That laugh.
Thank you for showing me the sprites side by side. Oh, hey, it's her. I remember this irritating laugh.
Ugh, I'm getting chills down my spine.
It can't be, but it has to be.
Sheena, what's with you?
What do you mean that's why you existed? She was the guilty party in the previous case. What do you mean that's why she existed? She had to exist so that somebody did the murder in the last case.
Sheena, what's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh.
Funny you say?
Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. Prosecutors of this country really are so very strange. I'm not a prosecutor by this country, from this country, by the way, even though you all just recognized me and the narration recognized me. I'm, like, Chinese. You think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim?
My proof is that I made it the fuck up.
If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route.
The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed.
That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits.
For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor.
Don't underestimate me.
I'm not some foolish broad.
I'm not some foolish broad, you know.
I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. I know you're not some foolish broad. I've met some foolish broads, but you're not among them.
My question?
Here's your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babal was used recently.
Hooting?
Take that!
I'm sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question?
Yes. According to Ambassador Polano's testimony, he said he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Kochin.
Not even in my top 10 foolish broads. Like, that's a great question, Arbeat. They should have said chick. People said chick when this game came out. Some people still say chick.
I've met some foolish broads.
I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like Francisca is too young to be a broad. I feel like even if only just because broad is antiquated slang, broad suggests to me an established adult woman. And Francisca is 19. I feel like you wouldn't call a 19-year-old a broad, even if you were calling women broads. Reza still says chick, for example.
He said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Kochin.
Oh.
The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there.
She is adult and established. only because she's had her current personality since she was a teenager. Really, that says more against her adult self than in favor of her teen self.
However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there.
Abroad as a femme fatale comes into an office drenched with a mysterious request. She's drenched in the request. She's Nepo baby established. Yeah, I didn't mean established professionally. I meant established as a woman, like has been an adult woman for a number of years already and is not 19.
However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there.
Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up?
Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Polano said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple.
Edgeworth was the one that called Mia Fey a bimbo. Correct. He is... What's the ist word for when you're prejudiced against someone because of the size of their tits? Memorist?
When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Koshin's office is my proof.
Sheena, you're not even fucking hiding it.
And just what is so funny?
Ashes proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court?
You still wish to fight us? We all know who you are by now. It's like really obvious.
Of course. Why wouldn't I?
In that case, let's hear your counter-argument.
My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court.
Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Everybody knows who you are now, you idiot. You didn't even come up with a new laugh sprite.
It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now.
They should have done a different, like a hiding her face laughing, like a and as like a transition into her just doing the Callisto U laugh.
It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now.
I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse.
Shit guilty people never say, I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse.
Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all.
Sheena's rebuttal.
In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Kochin's office.
I wonder about that, actually. Because we've determined that the shape in the photo wasn't the Yatagarasu, because the photo was taken too early. That means the photo was also taken too early for it to be her coat.
And there you have it, my counter-argument.
That's very impressive. She's seen through to the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence.
What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a beep from you in quite a while now.
If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But
Okay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth, you must see it through to the very end.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth.
With pleasure.
Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it?
Sheena, why do you have like a different voice and different sprites now? Please, show me you're someone I can trust.
Don't worry. This will be the deciding match. You'll see.
I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but your mommy's going away. I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Sheena, shall we begin?
I'm ready whenever you are.
Sheena's rebuttal. All you've proved is that the rotating fireplace was used. Can't call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, can you? Who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. So, I feel like the answer would be... The evidence would be the coat covered in ash and ink. But we don't have the coat covered in ash and ink. So... I mean, it has to be somebody who was familiar with the embassy.
Hold it! It's possible that the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace.
Jolene, thank you for the follow. Jolene!
Sorry, but I had the forensics team check on that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Polino and Mr. Cochin.
Curses! I should have known better than to think the Yatagarasu would have been so careless. There must be some sort of evidence that we have still yet to find.
I take it you have no further objections.
Not a single suspicious thing, huh? There are a number of suspicious things. I could try presenting some of thems. I'm gonna press on this first, though, because they might give me a hint.
Hold it! So you really didn't find anything?
Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu's key in the document detailing the smuggling operation.
Okay, so she missed a number of things, including the wire. Maybe I do present the wire, and this is the dirty coat flying out the window. Even though it doesn't really make sense that that would be, because we already said that this is too soon before the fire for it to be the Yatagarasu escaping from that room, which is also when she would have ditched her coat. I don't know, but the wire is suspicious.
But we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Bobby's knife handle.
You see, my subordinates worked hard to investigate everything. So there was nothing else to find, all right?
Wow, Agent Lang really sticks up for his people. Not like you, Edgeworth. How come you don't fucking stick up for me?
Lang Z says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too.
That's a rather large family you have, sir.
Yes, but as we all know, there's always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family.
So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway?
No, I haven't found any yet.
Then what are we gonna do?
There's no need to worry, because there's a loophole in Ms. Interpol agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Bobolese investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Shi-Na in charge. It's possible she may have tampered with the evidence, the piece of evidence that we found. If there's one thing I do know, it's that someone tried to hide it from us.
See, right? They give you a hint. You think Phoenix could have solved these cases?
No.
I do think he could have found the people that we accused not guilty, though. Or he could have, yeah, you know what I mean.
Objection!
Well, actually, we found a wire. Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation.
Guys, I have so many treats today. I have these chips I've been eating that are chroma keyed out, which is fun. And also, I have my Sour Patch Kids, and also I have Airheads. I'm so well equipped today.
Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation.
Thank you, guys. Morning, you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation.
Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything?
Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents?
You'd better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor.
I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire.
And what exactly is this supposed to mean?
A length of wire? So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Bobolese embassy not long ago.
What?
And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office.
You found that at the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder? thank you, Stream Elements, reminding everybody. Guys, I got a lot of money I have to pay the IRS. It would make me very happy if you helped me do it. Thank you.
But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing.
There's more?
In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there.
Did I have evidence of that? Watson's a...
Yeah.
But I meant in the evidence folder, Arbeat.
That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right?
I mean, no, not really. There were signs that something had been burned on the floor in front of the door, but we knew that the fire had gone out by the time Kay ran in there. We didn't really find it out through the machine other than that it indicated to us that something should have been burning there.
So what if it was?
That's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof.
There's a burn mark on the ground. I guess there's a lot of burn marks everywhere.
Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills?
No.
You see, there was nothing in that office. Nothing you can call evidence, anyway.
Didn't Polano say there was a big green flame in the front of the room? Objection! When the fire was blazing? Polano said that, right? That's why he thought that the ink got burned, but then the ink wasn't burned because it was on the desk. So that's how we determined there was a big pile of something made with the Bobbly's ink on fire by the door. Did Polano, is that not in the Polano's testimony? No, Polano's testimony is just about the fireplace. I feel like that's good enough.
I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression.
How so?
I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, but rather I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu.
You still suspect me, I see. All right, then. I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete.
The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Shi-Na. And is it not possible that the reason the person Kay was chasing chose the 3rd floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Shi-Na was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu, to the point of arresting Kay.
I mean, Kay does say that she's the Yatagarasu.
In that case, there's one location that no one has yet to inspect. Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location.
Oh, the room... the room that Shi-Na was in.
The location, Agent Shi-Na, is, of course, the room you claimed to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Cochin's office warrants a thorough inspection.
Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there.
I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe!
Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out that room next to the office. We don't actually get to go there. We didn't want to reverse the sprite.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think that Ms. Shi-Na's the Yatagarasu?
Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is.
Then, what do you mean if your logic is sound? You know she's Callisto. She did the Callisto laugh.
Then I'm not gonna let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu.
Can you prove that she's the Yatagarasu is the question. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to.
And just what are you hoping he'll find?
Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier.
An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science.
It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu.
And what did you find out by doing that?
First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Bobbly's ink.
Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. She's such a bitch.
But it isn't really worth so little. I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove.
Mr. Edgewood, I found some things you really need to see, sir. I know you already have 15...
No, more. No, less, 12.
I know you've already got 12 pieces of evidence. Don't you look at that map when I'm talking to you.
Oh, so what are these things that you found?
Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir.
You found a coat?
How did she not have a chance to dispose of that by now? Oh, you're right, it is 8 per page. I can't do math. At the gym, I had to figure out what was between 35 and 70, like what the middle point was, and I sat there for a very long time.
You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing.
Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it?
Okay, I'll do the bimbo voice for 10 minutes, but only when I'm talking to you guys and not when I'm playing the game. I saw a very disturbing caption on Instagram when I opened my phone. I don't even want to talk about it right now. Minutes, please. Okay, bimbo voice activated. Fine. I'll do the bimbo voice for Edgeworth, but just Edgeworth. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it?
Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room.
Or,
Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now?
hold it!
These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them.
See, it's not really a bimbo voice, is it? Because he's not saying bimbo things. Unlike the stuff that I say when I'm not voicing him.
They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission.
Okay, good, Willie, because I really didn't want to do bimbo voice Edgeworth.
I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. And if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this.
I say, then let him look at your stuff, Sheena.
Lang?
Sheena, let's put it all out in the open.
If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right?
I guess so. All right, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide, except that I was literally just hiding these things from you.
Good. Now let us begin. So which of Agent
So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you gonna examine, sir?
I feel like it makes the most sense to start with the coat.
Let's examine the coat.
Yes, sir!
It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly, Agent Sheena. The Yatagarasu that Kay saw was wearing a coat. And I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace.
No, you have it wrong. That soot probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire.
And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat?
Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire.
But we can prove that it's Bobbly's ink by setting your coat on fire.
I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie?
Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got through my coat when I went through the fireplace.
Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace.
Which I can.
What? How?
You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe.
Huh? Me, sir? What did I do?
This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat.
I don't quite get...
We proved that going through the fireplace would infilthin a coat.
I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir.
All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is.
Oh, and you think you can do that?
Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat.
Take that!
Bobbly's ink.
Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. Excuse me. According to Ambassador Poleno, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning.
You told us about that earlier, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again.
My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Bobbly's ink, It would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet.
But you have no way of proving whether or not this ink is Bobbly. You have no way of proving whether or not this is Bobbly's ink on the coat hem.
Oh, but I do. And I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds by burning your personal property. Give me that.
How?
How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance on the coat is Bobbly's ink.
Burn the coat.
We can find out whether that is Bobbly's ink or not by lighting it on fire.
That's how you're gonna prove that it's Bobbly's ink?
Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is. Sheena, sorry to do this, but I'm gonna have to cut off a bit of your coat.
That ruins it. Don't let them do that. I would not let someone fuck up my coat like that.
Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway.
Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something.
Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs.
All right, putting that to one side, if I could please have 1K.
That's a lot of the coat in it. It's a flame.
It's the same color as the flame's wit crystal oil produces, which means
Bobbly's ink is a product of wit crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing.
Ms. Sheena, you're the fake Yatagarasu. The one who killed my father.
It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena. Or should I say, Callisto you.
hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you?
Do you even know who Callisto Yu is? You were there on the scene 7 years ago.
Do I look like the joking type to you?
Callisto Yu. I've never heard that name before in my life.
That manner of speaking and that attitude haven't changed a bit in 7 years.
You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it.
Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I am this Callisto Yu woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me.
Objection!
The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night.
Caught because she couldn't give up her lip filler.
However, the light of dawn has arrived, and it will reveal your true, ugly form to the world.
Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence.
You really have something that can push his Callisto Yu?
I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years.
Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth.
I will, Kay. We've finally come to the end.
I had another thought. So he seems to want to... I had another thought. Sorry, it's hard to remember to do the Bimbo voice after I do all these character voices. He seems to want to present the key, the Yatagarasu's key. Also, though, they found makeup in that room, which she is using to conceal her freckles. So if you wiped off the section of her makeup where the freckles were, that would also help prove her identity.
For we have finally come to an end. We'll prove her to be Callisto Yu with this and clip the Yatagarasu's wings for good!
Don't waste my time with garbage. Now go throw it out in the trash can in the hallway.
I thought you said you weren't the joking type, yet here you are telling jokes. But I'm not laughing.
Oh!
Mr. Edgeworth, that piece of evidence I saved for all these years. You haven't forgotten it, have you? Sorry, what was it? Oh, the perfume, right, sorry. I think you can prove that Ms. Sheena is really Callisto Yu if you use it.
Yes, you're right. It's time we brought this case from 7 years ago to a close. Sorry, don't know what I was thinking. Anyway. Take that! This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto Yu.
I don't know. Why does she still use the same perfume? This feels like the easiest. Speaking of which, where's my perfume? I don't see any, but I can at least use this.
This will prove you to be Callisto Yu.
It will? Is that a UI smell? Also, hi, Regular Zebra, have you been here?
Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle? This belonged to Ms. Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well.
Oh, that's how they're proving it's her. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering how the fuck that was gonna work. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Bern Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades, which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one.
We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test?
Oh, fuck! Wow, scary. It's a shame we don't get to see too much of her face that often.
It looks like you've seen through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth.
Fuck off! Callisto! You! So you've shown your true face at last.
No, I'm still wearing the disguise. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than that time 7 years ago. I can't come unless I'm being caught for murder.
Sheena, you're...
Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man.
So, you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who's been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time.
Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought.
Callisto, you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? Yes, Kay! The fake Yatagarasu.
That's right. Callisto Yu, that's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Which is the mask. Who you are under it.
Callisto, you, this time you won't escape. This is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly.
You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. You know how you were like 10 years old and everything? I was like, wow, that's the youngest person I've ever seen in a courtroom. And had you not used the Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was.
Okay, don't.
You! I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father.
You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty.
Oh, shit! Kay! Look at that custom-drawn sprite!
Edgeworth.
Ah, you let Kay go right now, pal.
So despicable!
Let go of me, you filthy... Ah!
Me and who?
You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu.
But that's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief.
Hey, Edgeworth. Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is?
Why it has 3 legs?
Oh, shit.
There are 3 main...
Well, that is not his voice. Try again, Tessa.
There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead.
I cannot tell you how much easier it is to do this fucking voice after a break from stream. You know how rough this voice got? by Tuesday, rather, at the end of last week? Holy shit, it's so much easier now.
First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system.
No, it can't be!
Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu?
The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... there's 3 people! The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Bern Faraday nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you. I think I can guess who the third one is.
No way!
The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. I see. So, all three of them were in cahoots. Which is convenient because Faraday and Bad were the Yatagarasu investigation. And then Callisto, you betrayed them and had Mr. Gunn kill that guy. What is his name? Macrel. And so then they had to come for her, and then she murdered them. Okay. Why didn't she murder Bad, actually? Did she not know he was the third one? The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The Grammary. Mr. Gunn. Oh, Mr. Gunn was the third one. That would make sense.
I refuse to believe this.
Bremy, it's gonna take the whole stream. Don't worry. The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Bremy, we haven't really figured out who killed Manny Kochin or Mask Damask II yet. And even if we assume that Callisto killed Manny Kochin, there's no reason for her to have killed Mask Damask II. And like, how did she get across? There's a lot of proving to do. The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Oh, there you go. That's why she was working with them. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of the criminal. Is Callisto her mom?
And skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Fuck yes, dude! He's got a Beretta! He's got my gun! Detective Bad!
It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. Because the lead detective on the case hid it all away.
Oh, Callisto is only 11 years older than Kay. I forgot how much older than Kay she was, if I ever knew it. Yeah, okay. She's quite young. Now I remember. You're the third member of the Yatagarasu? Great camera work.
You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years, but I've finally got you.
Oh, and he's actually got a gun as well, because he's always reaching into his coat and then pulling out a mirror or no, the lollipop is in his mouth. So it's good to have proof that he actually does have a gun under there. The thief trio in these 3 professions is a really fun idea. I agree, Bremy. Why, Mr. Bad, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team.
If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago?
Why indeed? It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill.
How can you say that?
I grow weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Oh, are you gonna shoot her in the head? Stop!
You!
Kay!
It's over, Sheena.
How low were you aiming, Bad? I guess he was trying to take her in. That makes sense.
Your leg.
Oh shit! That's a fun pose, isn't it? Agent Lang, how did he get over there?
You idiot! What were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for?
I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she's my subordinate.
That should change that fact because she's been actively working against your Bloodhound stat.
And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you.
Right, 20 yards? You really are an idiot, you know that? Shut up, Remy.
That's fine with me.
You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis.
Yes?
I want you to conduct a full body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her.
Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please.
Sir!
Damn it, Lang, stop thinking with your heart. Armpit image and a large man holding a small woman. Yeah, the holding is what I was looking at.
Hey, I found something. What is this, sir? Looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle.
This is a great find, Detective.
Huh? It is, sir?
Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. You couldn't have made that more of a game for me. You couldn't have been like, that blade is significant because of this piece of evidence. I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon.
Hey, they fit together perfectly.
This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched.
I'm gonna go return this Bobbly's knife now.
No, it's evidence. What are you doing? All right. I trust you'll make sure it is returned to Ambassador Poleto. Bobbly's knife handle, given to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, they just wanted to get it out of the evidence. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it, Callisto U. But the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Which means that you must have been Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the Alabastia knife. God damn it, dude. Okay, hang on. I gotta get rid of these hiccups. Okay. Switch to the handles, and then took the original blade of the Bobbly's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. Why did she do that? To have someone else to accuse as killing Cochin? Thank you, Practical. It belongs in a museum. I mean, in evidence. Sorry. You used the fireplace to lose her. Then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up?
Objection!
Nice, dude. We get her objection voice lines from the flashback case again. You craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth. But there are two problems with it. Problems? In what respect? Yeah, this shit, we're not even done pointing the finger at her. And then there's a second murder. What do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? Oh, are you just gonna incriminate yourself further? Huh? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday.
What?
When I saw you using that device at Gatewater Land, I knew right away that you were Byrne Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu.
So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me.
Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight, so I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal.
You had another?
Yes, once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu.
You were going to take little thief away from me? Oh no!
7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday.
You. That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it?
I know, the catfish. In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? And what order did that happen in? Because I'm a little confused about that. Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. I was born under the sign of Judas. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings.
Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're gonna tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena?
Thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding everybody, guys. I owe the IRS a lot of money. It's very scary, so I'd be super grateful if you guys could help me out with that by clicking the link in the donate text. Thank you. I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Bobbly's embassy on fire.
Why is she just admitting to everything? It makes the rest of our case easier.
And why did you do that?
To test my abilities. I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills.
What was the That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do? Then why start 2 fires?
Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation, after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride.
Wait, I mean, Miss Sheena. You can call her whatever.
Yes.
It's not like she transitioned.
When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet.
What about them?
They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you.
You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore.
She wasn't wearing them in the first place.
If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away.
No, I want to keep them.
Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight.
What?
I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will.
Mr. Prosecutor!
Yes, Agent Lang?
Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot.
Oh, right. He's got a bullet in his leg right now. Lang, you shouldn't be on that leg. You need to tie that off, man. You need medical attention, you jackass. Why are you still standing?
But I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be.
His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg.
It's not just about pain. He's bleeding. Oh, he's limping. That's pretty good. Like a wolf, he'll gnaw his own leg off to get out of the trap of the wrong woman, parentheses, Sheena.
It's finally over, Kay. Well, one thing is over. Your search for Callisto U is over, but there's a lot of shit still going on.
I feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely.
Yeah, well, she did kill your dad, so you don't have to take too much pity on her.
The person who is giving her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed.
That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling.
Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Jammin' Ninja show.
Larry Butts.
But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome.
I understand. I'll take good care of them for you.
I don't think Kay shows up again in a single subsequent game. I don't even think she's in Ace Attorney Investigations 2. I could be wrong, but I don't think she is. Yeah, they're giving them to me because they're obviously the same sticks that are being used to hold up flowers in the flower photo.
I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks.
Oh, you think she is? Okay. Hair sticks with a candy stripe. Candy stripe? What the fuck? What are you talking about, candy stripe pattern? They have a candy stripe pattern? I guess that white streak isn't just a reflection. Hair sticks with a candy stripe pattern on them. There's some dirt on the tips.
Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh?
So it's midnight. It's the dawn of another day. Just like in my favorite Zelda game, Majora's Mask.
Hey, Pops! Thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years.
Detective Bad, don't tell me today is the day.
Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. I'm definitely not gonna get killed at any point in the rest of this case, because I'm retiring, and never in narrative media does a cop get killed shortly before they're due to retire. It was down to the wire and we almost didn't make it, but we did it. We solved everything. Also, I'm going to jail. It's not really about whether or not I want to retire.
But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring you, the Yatagarasu, were chasing after.
The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you.
Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also a part of the Yatagarasu?
As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you.
Uncle Bad.
Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right?
What is? No, it's not. Why would you say that?
Unfortunately, it isn't.
Oh.
Oh, come on, Serge. You're just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth?
He's sad that Detective Bad was secretly a criminal.
Detective Bad. Wait, no, you are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu.
Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you.
These are the pages from my KG-8 case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office.
Huh? What? What?
Oh, okay. I did a man's voice for the person who was pointing the gun at Edgeworth in that first case. I wasn't sure who it was, if it was Kay or somebody. So I'm glad that it did turn out to be a man.
Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night.
So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it?
Wait, then that means... What? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG-8 incident was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor, and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in that case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group.
Mr. Amano's conglomerate?
We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shaded dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it.
Well, you literally stabbed one of you in the heart.
But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG-8 incident?
After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG-8 incident, CCU. She never had a sister.
Oh, shit. I feel like you guys should have worked that out a lot earlier.
What? Then that means...
She-Na wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring.
She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Anyway, I'm not going to jail ever for the shit I did. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we snuck onto the page of the case file, Please use it wisely.
Trump card.
That photo that was stuck on there. Try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago.
It's the mark of the Yatagarasu. But why?
This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back.
It really is like half Futhark and half Pac-Man ghosts.
This was something Cochin had on him at the time of the KG-8 incident 10 years ago.
Maybe it's like Turkic runes? Are they called Turkic runes or Turkish runes? It would be accurate to call them Turkic runes because they're not affiliated with the language Turkish.
That blood is from the victim of the incident, Ms. CCU.
But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu?
The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail.
Sorry, he's got a yawny voice.
The person who received the order was supposed to burn immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze.
So you mean the cards were written in Bobbly's ink?
Shit.
The fact that the card that Cochin had sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police.
So that's what those white cards are.
The great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind.
I guess that works. Trump card. Evidence from KG-8. Card containing orders from boss of smuggling ring to Cochin.
And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. It's my lollipop. You must make sure to keep your mouth perfectly dry, so that no matter how long you keep it in there, it never dissolves. It took decades of smoking to get my mouth this dry, Gumshoe. I believe in you.
Oh, never mind. It was a videotape.
What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG-8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important, definitive piece of evidence.
But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it?
I stole it. I'm the thief Yatagarasu. We talked about this. The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally. After the other day's kidnapping case.
You could have just said you searched his house after the other day's kidnapping case. Videotape data jotted down in my organizer.
This video!
What? Don't come!
Wait, what was this guy's voice?
Don't come any closer! I'm warning you! This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me.
Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Mono was preparing to take on the boss someday, and the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video.
Oh, that prosecutor being Portsman.
On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence.
Then that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman.
The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them.
The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal. For me to use either one is...
Whether you use them or not is up to you. But I'm gonna be real, man. This isn't court. These don't have to pass inspection. You can just show them to the guilty party to put pressure on them. so don't trip. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law.
Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? The President! Detective Bad, there's no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them.
You still insist that even now? You really are something else. That's obviously bullshit, but I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu.
Dude, they're putting you away for a long time. I know you're a cop, but you were actively working against the cops and concealing evidence and shit. They're throwing away the key, man.
Bobs, don't ever lose your detective spirit. Bobs, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir!
Now it's just me and the chicks. Is this really the end of a legend? To be continued.
Bum bum ba bum ba bum bum. March 15th, 12:07 a.m., Theatrum Neutralis lobby.
So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. But before we talk about that, I need to piss, and I was waiting until the save point to do it. So please don't go anywhere, guys. I'll be back very soon, I promise. Please don't leave. Okay, see you soon. Hi viewer, I'm back. Hi, thank you for not leaving. And if you did leave, you won't hear me say this because you're not here anymore. But how could you?
Yay, Tessa's back. Whenever Tessa's not on screen, everyone should be asking, where's Tessa? I think I said this already, but I watched that episode of The Simpsons with Kate recently. She was like, oh, that's where that's from. Which is the great joy of showing someone The Simpsons. I remember I watched the episode where Bart works at a burlesque house with Minty years ago. And when Grandpa Simpson walked in and put his hat on the thing and then saw Bart and then turned around and took his hat off the thing and left, Minty was like... When Tessa leaves, I begin rotating a Tessling in my mind. What's a Tessling? Is that like the VTuber test? So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. Like a Zotling? God, what sucks is that I know what that is now. Like now I know exactly what you're picturing, but I wish I didn't because I hate that fight. And yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like a Pikmin-me? Oh, that's an adorable idea. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. Ooh, Tessa-shaped Zumbini, I of course like more. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? Psycho Mantis. We'll need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Someone drew them the last time we talked about Tesslings. Let me refresh my memory. Tesslings. Huh, I'm not seeing an image. I can only find one occasion on which someone in the Discord said the word Tessling also. Also, I scrolled past a message from Todd that said, do they let Greeks be Pope anymore? To which I'd say again, you have to be Catholic, and not many Greeks. Oh, thanks, Beans. Not many Greeks are Catholic. Oh, those Tesslings. That's right. I remember that. Yeah, Lockshield drew those. Here, let's show them on stream. Wow, I actually already had copied it to my desktop and somehow forgot about it. Yay! So those are the Tesslings. That's accurate, honestly. I would say that I most relate to the one on the far right. It's like a horrible little creature that you would see in a Christmas cartoon. I appreciate that Lockshield matched the aesthetic of my profile picture. That does make drawing cartoon Tess a lot easier because you have it to reference. I used it myself as reference when I was drawing the VTuber announcement image. I'd like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Actually, I'm not saying that. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Thing 1 and Thing 2 Tessas. Anime eyes on the middle one are really nice.
Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. You want to watch that video we just got? Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us.
This piece of evidence from the KG8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years.
Why, it's the land before time, sir. The Yatagarasu never returned it to Blockbuster.
I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us.
Sure thing, sir.
This man, it's Manny Cochin.
And he's holding a knife in his hand.
This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that?
Is that my beautiful girlfriend?
Hi, baby.
Hello.
How are you?
You going somewhere tonight?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to play cards with my friends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was considering having our beat run Star Trek so I could hang out with you, but I'll run it since you're going out to play Magic. But hopefully soon I can come play Magic. Maybe not play Magic with you because I think all of you guys are pretty good at it.
Yeah, we have like
Play it all the
lower
time
power level
for
decks.
years.
We, like, yeah, we've all been playing for like 20 years.
I should have said so in the TCG channel in my Discord yesterday, but I met up with a friend of mine.
Let's go! Practical Aviation Cat. To never recite voice text again.
No!
Let's go!
No!
Fucking go! Get dunked! Get dunked!
No! No! I need that. Stop. No! 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 Ah! Beans, I don't know if you can. She turned off my monitor. Stop. Guys, she won't stop fucking with me.
Get wrecked! Get wrecked!
Guys, ah! Stop. Leave me be. Oh, my voicemail. I need that. I don't know if we can refund that, Beans. Defend myself with my new gym bod.
Yay! I was gonna say you are looking really built today.
Thank you, darling.
You're welcome. Did you see? I said it on your post on my alt account.
Load-bearing voicemail. Fucking my subscriber count plummets. Nobody's watching. Nobody's donating.
I got rid of the hangout on my channel. My channel was first.
Beans. I have an idea, Beans. I have an idea. Hear me out. Baby, you really fucked up my hair. I have an idea. Resurrect voicemail green text redeem. Where's the... Okay, never recite voicemail green text again. I see that.
Let's never do the nice things again.
I like the Nicene Creed. Resurrect voicemail green text. There. It might be some time before we get to see the voicemail green text again. But if one day a viewer is brave enough to raise another 500,000 points, then the voicemail green text will return.
Congratulations! 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 Happy for you! Congratulations!
Stop fucking with my shit!
No! Congratulations! Congratulations!
No! My Sour Patch Kids, be careful with those. I need those. Oh my god. Yay! The voicemail green text is back. Okay, wait. I'm gonna change it back to never recite voicemail green text again. I guess we'll just find out how many bits my viewers. That's not bits, Tessa. That's points.
That's like $500.
She couldn't bear to go 15 minutes without voicemail. Go team. Yeah, I need to thank them again. Trot Pilgrim, thank you so much for resurrecting voicemail from the dead. Thank you for having all those treats. Or for all those points, excuse me. Treat for Tess. Hey, Amber, what treat should I eat, do you think? Should I eat one of these chips, or a Sour Patch Kid, or an Airhead strip? That's not what I asked.
Give me an Airhead strip.
That's not what I asked. Now I stink again. Regular zebra doing some self-insertion. The voicemail green text.
Come on, Honky, let's go.
Don't call me a honky. We're not allowed to say that in chat. Want to run more bets in chat so we can really fuck up the points economy. That would be cool, Bremy. Voicemail green text Cold War. My controller got unplugged somehow. I can't imagine what happened to me that caused that.
Get back.
Okay.
Up you are.
Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident. I'm not clicked into the window. Oh, I have to re-enable the voicemail green text. Hang on. Ding. It's back! Practical. I don't think it's that funny. I think it would be funnier. I think it's already, the joke is already as funny as it can be, I think. Bring it back immediately. Beans. Beans, how can I refuse? Let's all celebrate its resurrection.
Is that a boy I smell? Yes, I smell it. Boy smell. I smell a boy. What is a boy doing here? Oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? There's a boy here. I'm freaking out so much. Calm down. Take a nice deep breath. It smells so good. I love boy smell so much. It makes me feel so amazing. I'm getting tingles all over from delicious boy scent. It's driving me boy crazy. If you're a boy and you're reading this, I just wanted to say, hi, cute boy. I love you.
If I'm being honest, if the voicemail green text had stayed gone, I would have found a different 4chan post to replace it with. You know, some in the same general vein. And there's no guarantee that whatever fucking /TTTT shit I found was going to be less objectionable than that. Although I probably wouldn't have done the one where the trans girl is gonna fuck her dad. And the crime scene was once the crime scene was the victims all the pop. What the fuck are we talking about? I completely forgot already. So this footage was being shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the time, Mr. Faraday claims that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece. Why someone would want to hide it. Really the worst time for Ernest Amano's son to have taken himself hostage, huh? Because he just did that for money. He wasn't affiliated with this smuggling ring. But he did that, like, right when his dad was about to get investigated for his connections to the smuggling ring. Tessa, you can't just eat treats willy-nilly. You have to do it on regime.
But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir.
What are you talking about? Of course it is. He's killing this person for the smuggling ring. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage for the ringleader.
Where?
Wait, what was that?
Huh?
That bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. This car. That is something we cannot overlook.
Why's that, sir?
Look here, Detective Gumshoe. A flag. That's the Codopian flag, right? Because this is before they split up. This is the national flag of the Principality of Codopia. Oh, do they have a prince? Or a principal? And because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. After all, why would you put your nation's flag on your car if you weren't affiliated with the government? But the question is...
Guy who has never met Dominicans.
I was gonna say guy who is definitely from America.
Yeah, really.
I'm from
The guy
Copia.
who's never met any Latino ever, really.
The question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there?
Ah, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time.
Ambassador Alba?
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. Ah, if only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry.
This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were.
You idiot, Quercus! You couldn't chase after a simple thief! Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me?
I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel.
It's midnight. What visitors?
Well, we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastian and Babyliss police?
Ambassador, we are so close! Just a little more and...
Ms. Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
That's true, however... As we said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends?
Hold it! Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Shifu, this way! Yo, I got shot in the fucking leg like an hour ago, but I'm fine.
Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Agent Lang, why have you returned?
Because I have to solve this case no matter what.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable.
At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close.
Knock him back! Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do.
Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel.
No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder.
No?
The...
Killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Well, good. Why don't you arrest them and then fucking get out?
Okay, this is a strong contender for one of the stupidest lines in the game.
Wolves don't lie.
Then who is it?
Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Sheena.
But she said that she didn't kill him.
Lang Zi says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. What do you think was Damask II's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska Von Karma.
Not what I was expecting.
Huh.
I was the killer?
Hey, wait, but that's impossible.
Yeah. Although the whip is actually quite... Yeah.
Hold your tongue, it's that ludicrous remark you are about to make.
Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder?
Yeah, I am.
He doesn't appear to be joking.
Hey, sis. I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right?
See, he's got tunnel vision now because the last Interpol woman he was working with turned out to be a spy. So he suspects all of the women in Interpol now.
Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything?
I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you move it around rather freely between Alabast and Babal, did you not?
Objection!
And where's your evidence that I'm the killer?
I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission?
With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Good, then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
As if I would have...
What?
I fucking hate
Yeah, no, he sucks. Barry said she fucking hates this guy. I also fucking hate this guy. His wolf gimmick is extremely tiresome.
Yeah.
As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound.
Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. Francisca, you know you didn't do it, right? Well, if he gives you some good logic, are you gonna be like, oh, all right, I guess I did do it. Never mind. Bye.
She seems rather upset, not that I blame her.
I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck in the air like that.
Here's my opinion of Lang. Here's how I feel about Lang. They went way too far in making him adversarial. Because what your first interaction with him is him arresting a character who's obviously not the killer, and him saying, it's not my job to determine guilt, that's what prosecutors are for. So he's just like a arrest them all and let God sort him out, turbo-fash asshole who is also like exposing you as the prosecutor in the case to legal ramifications for trying to try an innocent man of a murder. Like, he sucks instantly and sucks a lot. Like, I can say with honesty, I'm not horny for Lang, and I was horny for Godot, who also sucked, but he didn't suck quite, and he wasn't this loud about sucking.
We'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it! Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess.
I guess I should. More the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery.
RB, honestly, I like pretty much everybody in the airplane murder. I like Cammy, I like the other flight attendant whose name I don't remember. Teniro, Rhoda Teniro. And I like Zinc LeBlanc. I mean, he looks ridiculous, but he's white, so it's okay to do an exaggerated caricature of his appearance.
Is he the white Chinese guy?
No, he's not. Zinc LeBlanc is from Virginia. He looks like a Renaissance man. It's a completely different era.
The more the merrier.
Renaissance men are coming to court.
Yeah, the Renaissance men are coming to court soon. By the looks of it, it's gonna be really soon, like super soon.
I don't know what that means. Who's a Renaissance man? I don't...
Francisca, I've given you all the information I have. It says the Renaissance men are coming to court soon. It's supposed to be like really soon.
Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabast yet.
If you let Kay in, then you've gotta let me in too, pal.
Give a mouse a muffin.
I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble.
I literally told you at the beginning of Discovery that the Renaissance men were coming to court.
Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay?
Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go.
I thought he was about to say, oh yeah, I'm fired.
As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over.
Sounds like this is gonna get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride.
Okay, Kay is absolutely a kid, but Gumshoe's like 30. He's 32 even.
Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance.
I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go.
I don't know if he's a millennial. He's 30 and this game takes place in like 20... What year does this game take place? 2016, I think? Anyway, March 15th, 12:53 a.m., Alabastian Embassy Ambassador's Office. A preemptive happy birthday to you, regular zebra.
Okay, let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Kochan's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. Secretariat's office, which is what I like to call the stables. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then, the body of Damask II, Mr. Kashi No, was found here in the Alabastian Ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Primadux statue, and that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it... Sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Objection!
I'm not implicated in any of the shit you just said. Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you're saying?
Of course I do, sis. And I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatagarasu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection!
Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? I did not remember Francisca being as prominent in this game as she is. Which is nice. It's good to have more characters. It's good to have a woman, but we still ended up saddled with Kay. Francisca and Emma were both here to taunt us, but we still ended up with Kay.
Don't worry. I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that, too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey now.
Oh, he caught her whip. That's cool.
Look, sis, I thought I already told you I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but She-Na certainly is tied to the smuggling ring.
He's right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us could imagine?
Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already.
Francisca, you need to calm down. Because, Francisca, you're getting hysterical. Because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it.
What?
But don't worry. I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence.
That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. Can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well.
Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask II.
You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Klein. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damask II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation.
As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do.
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. Let's get started.
Yes, let's.
Border crossing weapons.
One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Kochan, and the murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babal's Primadux statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you.
So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about...
Oh no. Oh no. Do you guys know what this fucking is? Do you know what this photo is? That's 100% one of the statues wrapped in a bundle, swinging on wire from one side of the embassy to the other. That sucks, because we haven't gotten anywhere near that yet. It's gonna take so long for that to come up.
So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect.
You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck could carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss.
Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself.
What are you talking about?
By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me that Lang Zi never said anything to that effect.
You prosecutor. Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Zi's proverbs like that?
It does kind of feel like the original game was making fun of this guy for being Chinese.
I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you'll need to see the truth.
Border crossing weapons. Barry, they had a conversation in this about, he's like,
My crime detection techniques are 5,000 years old.
and Edgeworth is like, but can such...
Baki moment.
Exactly, I was about to say it, but Edgeworth is like, but can such old techniques really be used in the modern day? A very similar conversation to
The fucking
Baki, right?
one-to-one
Right.
about what every
Chinese
time
martial arts,
Right, every time Retsu's on screen.
The 5,000-year history of Chinese martial arts.
Then everybody who fights him is like, that 5,000-year history is old hat.
Yeah, no.
Yes, and he
listen to me.
pulls the kung fu stance when he feels shock correct, Arbeat. I wonder about this. Is the only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes her?
I should hardly...
Wait, what did he say? What? I missed that. What's up? The only things to cross the border are the Prima Duck statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Okay, so let's talk to him about that. These two objects.
Hold it! There's only one person who could have done this. Yasha Ape.
Impenetrable. I should hardly guess.
Go back! You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that?
Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire.
The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Prima Duck statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors.
This camera cuts to Yasha Ape's surprised reaction. He's spinning.
Hold it!
Was Francisco really the only person to have traveled between the two countries?
According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was in Alabast when the Yatagarasu showed. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Kochan's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal.
Then how do you explain the Prima Duck statue?
I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines.
Do we know when the statues got swapped? Could that have happened like yesterday?
The only things across the board. Okay, we already said this shit.
Hold it!
Hold it. I concur that this knife crossed over country lines.
Good, but that's not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one.
Wow, that was very short.
Hold it!
Amby's eating my candy.
So you're saying that the Prima Duck statue was also brought over by Francisco?
Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
Hold it! And how exactly did she bring it over?
I haven't figured that out yet.
That's a rather weak statement, considering how sure you are.
Maybe, but there's one thing I do know for sure.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Huh, okay. I've pressed him on everything here. Only when you traverse the countries just before and after the crimes was you. Not so. Look. The Steel Samurai did, as evidenced by these samurai dogs.
Objection!
No, that's not it. Okay, thank you. I really didn't think that was gonna be it. All right, thanks. Sometimes you just gotta try it. That's not helpful right now. That's not helpful. I can't even fucking read it. Would it have killed you to give me a translation? Is there any way to show that somebody else traversed the two countries? I can try the samurai spear in the same vein as the samurai dog as evidence that Larry went through. Maybe that's not what I'm supposed to object to. The text from Edgeworth at the end of the testimony makes it seem like I'm supposed to show that something else made it across from one side of the embassy to the other. Let me look at this. Focus on the important evidence. RV. It's the other statue did also make it across.
Objection!
No, that wasn't it again. I was wondering if the line they were going for was that like the Yatagarasu traversed. That honestly kind of does feel like what they would want. I'm probably gonna load a save so I have more health than this. But saying the only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes does feel like they're baiting me to say that it was the Yatagarasu.
Objection!
But that's not it, okay. Boing. Our beats so high and mighty, focus on the important evidence. The murder weapon in the... There is also the other statue, though. Actually, Yashagarasu, if say it wrong. Thank you, baby.
Objection!
Oh, there it is. Okay, just to point out that the other statue also traversed the embassies. Cool. Okay, I did say that that was something else that had made it across, but I wasn't wondering if that's what they wanted. Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight. See, the thing is that he didn't say only two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. He said these two objects were, and my showing this is not a contradiction with that. No. The Mask the Second was killed with Babal's Primadux statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Primadux statue go? To Babal? Precisely. And the two statues really were switched. And this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items. Only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Why is he calling her sis? Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Babal was her. Oh, he's trans masked. That's why he's hitting us so hard with the macho shit. And that's why he's a furry. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall. The Yatagarasu, which Tessa was trying to point out, but he wouldn't let her do it yet. Is that really so, Agent Lang?
What a lousy time to try to bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said, along with the security camera's footage. You're not gonna overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Objection!
But suppose there was some other way, other than through the theater doors. Why did you have to say other twice?
What other way?
The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed.
If I point it out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility.
It looks like you've got some clever idea in mind.
I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence.
Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route.
Oh, I miss her. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. Through flight.
Take that!
Stream Elements, thank you so much for reminding the viewer of that. Viewer, I gotta make money to live. I owe a lot of that money to the IRS, which is quite difficult for me. So if you could help me pay it, I'd be super, 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 super grateful. Thank you.
Agent Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo.
That supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly.
Oh, viewer, thank you for the $5 donation.
No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well.
And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either.
You know that wasn't her real name. I guess Callisto Yu is also not her real name.
I wouldn't dream of claiming that.
And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings.
You want to see the voicemail get unredeemed, right, viewer?
So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor.
That's really funny that... See, here's the thing. I was debating making the Resurrect voicemail green text redeem less expensive, but I didn't want to be accused of partiality, and I didn't want to make... Who did it? Practical Aviation Cap... Really? You don't like the voicemail redeem? I didn't want to make Practical Aviation Cap... feel like...
Wow, pointed.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to make Practical feel like his points were worthless, so I made it the same price, but it turned out that Trot had my back. Isn't that lovely? Practical is indifferent, but thought it would be funny. And it was funny.
How can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible.
Yeah, it was funny.
Eureka!
I hate it when he says Eureka.
Very well, you will have your explanation.
Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within the photo's blurry trailed shadow is...
Take that!
This is the face behind the shadow.
I thought I said that you'd better have a good explanation. I can't make heads or tails of what you're trying to say with that.
Was that the wrong statue? Wait, what?
Come on, hurry up and show us what that shadow that's flying through the air is.
Even had you not barked that at me, I would have gladly done so, Agent Lang. Need to go over it one more time. Man-shaped shadow that flew through the air, wrapped in the darkness of night. Real shape can only be this one.
Right, RB, that's what I assumed.
Take that!
It's funny that they make you figure out the right statue. But isn't it flying from the Babal side to the Alabast side? So shouldn't it be Babal's statue that's going from one side to the other? Oh, Alabast's Primidex statue used to be fake, but used to be real, but has been swapped with a fake from Babal. So Alabast's Primidex statue in the record is actually Babal's. And Babal's Primidex statue in the record is actually Alabast's, which is pretty fucking stupid.
Naturally, the statue is the third smuggled object. The shadow is the third smuggled object. The Primidex statue replica.
You can't be serious.
The Yatagarasu, or rather Callisto Yu dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
Yeah, that would have been helpful, just.
Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation.
I know I did.
She launched it through the air?
Oh, I guess it was the, like,
Mr. Prosecutor! Huh. And how exactly did she do that?
so that one I don't know how it was supposed to be read.
He's literally...
That, I guess, but that's, you wouldn't write it long, you just write it in all caps.
He's literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier?
Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right?
So just before the murder, Francisca was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Ms. Von Karma.
Oh? What are you up to now, pretty boy?
Fucking relax.
Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Ms. Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer.
Probably not, Barry.
Yeah, I guess I did say something like that.
In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is.
You really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth?
How dare you? As I've said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I'm the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too.
I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case.
All right. So, what would you like me to talk about?
I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room.
Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl. No.
As you wish.
Oh, sorry. Does the wolf cop suck, baby?
Yes. His dialogue is really annoying.
It is annoying. He's a Phoenix Wright character. I'm trying to think. I think he's the first time they've had a cop as a big antagonist. Which is kind of shocking because he plays a defense attorney. But Gumshoe is your friend. Bad is your friend. Meekins is just awkward and scared. Maggie is falsely accused of murder. Yeah, Bad is a really fun character.
As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastion Embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office.
Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very...
Okay, Barry. Practical wants me to tell you about his message from earlier in stream. I was talking about how, since I started posting pictures of myself at the gym, I'm getting a lot of replies from guys who mysteriously are very eager to see me have sex with guys who are not them.
Yes.
And I said, I can't imagine what the motivating factor could be. And Practical Aviation Cat said, I'm all for being, what was it, weak and pathetic in a sexual encounter, but I would also like to have sex.
That is got, you know, you guys have a point.
Okay. Do your makeup.
You know.
Do your makeup.
I don't know.
Okay.
There's a merit.
All right.
Like, you know. You are kind of, you know,
Okay, all right.
kinda,
That's
you know,
do your makeup.
like with the big butt and the,
Shut
you
up,
know,
do
like
your
you're a bit, like.
Wow, Reza, didn't work for me.
Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct?
Yes, of course.
I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail.
All right, movements in Alabast. Still Samurai off towards the ambassador's office. Checked on the Rose Garden. Let's talk about you getting called to Ambassador Alba's office.
At that time, Domestic II's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would remember a fucking corpse in the middle of the room. Jesus. That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence.
Is he large? He's hunched over. He seems like he's pretty short from his walking around sprite. Amber says he's got aura.
A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying?
Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you.
Seriously?
Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants.
I can attest to that. I remember speaking with a lovely lady around that time here in my office.
All right then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details.
So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he?
He was watering the flowers on the windowsill, but the soil is dry. Oh, that doesn't do anything, Tessa.
Francisca, I believe your testimony just now conflicts with this piece of evidence.
And I believe that when you use the phrase, I believe, you are anything but certain. Which means that showing me that piece of evidence is just a way to waste time.
Well, there's no need to whip the evidence as well.
Ow, why'd you whip me too, sir?
One more victim besides myself and the evidence to add to the pile.
Okay, let's talk about him watering the flowers then, I guess.
Hold it!
No, shit. That's the shit I just pressed on. I'm sorry, Reza.
Hold it!
Let's talk about them flowers.
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill?
What do you mean by that?
The entrance to this room is on this side, however, the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing.
Isn't that not correct? Who wrote this?
I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe he was watering his plants, right?
I suppose.
After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers.
We don't have a watering can in evidence. It was not in this room.
He had obtained some himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know.
Yes, the plants in this room, they're all like my children.
The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom.
There it is. Thank you. They did not take away my wet guitar pick. I still have the wet guitar pick.
Ms. Von Karma, what did you say just now?
I said that the flowers are growing beautifully.
Bremy, conveniently, I don't think any Ace Attorney game ever gives you a useless piece of evidence, like that you never have to use. I think everything they give you has to be used at some point. None of them are just complete red herrings.
There's that one that can kill you in the fucking fifth case.
There's the one that can kill you?
He's the one that has Maya's name written on it at the wrong time. It just kills you.
You mean it ends the game?
Yeah. Game over.
Okay, but it doesn't literally kill Phoenix. There's times where he's like shot at. Yes, it's possible to bad end with the wrong piece of evidence.
You know, I wouldn't call it bad ending either. I feel like that's another.
That's what it's called if you get the bad ending in a narrative video game like this. I know that you know it from a different context. But if the video game ends in a way that concludes the narrative that is not the way that you're trying to do, that's called a bad end. That's where it comes from. No! No, I need that. That's my makeup case. Don't throw my razor at me!
I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand?
What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony.
Damn. press append, press append. Very well. Remy says, it's so benevolent of her to put up with you. Reza says, thank you, Barry, for bullying Tess.
Objection!
Oh, Francisca, you ignorant slut. Did you really miscount the flowers on the windowsill? For some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence.
It does appear that way.
I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Ms. Von Karma like this?
Yeah, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir.
I don't think they're gonna be able to arrest her on the grounds if she got the number of flowers wrong.
Hey,
All I've done is state what I saw. I've not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I'm still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles?
At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case.
Friend, that's what it's called. For example, the ending of Baldur's Gate 3, where Gale explodes himself, is a bad end. And it usually comes before the chief end of the video game.
One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant.
then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove?
I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand.
I see. Practical says, Amber bullying you was also a motivation I had for doing the Stop Boy Smell redeem. That's why I waited until she was here.
I won't rest.
People love Amber.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Here's the watering can. This watering can has a rather robust design.
Mr. Edgeworth, why are you telling us stuff we can clearly see for ourselves? Plus, if you keep wasting time talking about that, Ms. Von Karma's gonna get arrested.
I'd better examine something else. Oh, look at that wall over there. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they're actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by the plant supports.
Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only two here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you.
Miles Edgeworth! Hurry up and shut this man up for me already. Can I help you find something? Oh, I don't. I'm sorry. You could use mine.
I suppose I'll need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require.
Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt it'll last until the end.
Exactly, RB.
You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. But we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence.
Amber's shouting over there.
You're hungry like the wolf, Agent Lang.
Jesus Christ!
He did. I did that one.
Okay.
The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence. Take that! Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers.
And so what? Is this really all that important to the case?
Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight.
Yeah.
Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. You may be in heat for just...
Oh God, baby, I'm not reading that.
Why not? Why not?
But somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue.
Yeah. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal.
Practical. As I have said before, humans do have heat. We're permanently in it. We don't have well, except for ovulation. I guess ovulation is heat every time it happens. And male humans are just permanently in rut. We can reproduce every month, or more than every month if it's one male reproducing with multiple females. We're not an animal that has a dedicated heat cycle, or like estrus time of the year, rather. Like, we don't all go into heat together in autumn like the noble elk. Rather, we're just permanently reproductively capable. So yes, it is a shame humans don't have superheat. I agree with that. Okay, Remy, I'm gonna need to. Okay, there we go. Such a Baki explanation. It's a shame humans don't have cold. That might be a shame, the catfish. Who can say what it might be like if humans had a dedicated heat and rut season, and for the rest of the year we were normal? Who knows? Ursula K. Le Guin might be able to say, but you know, society might look quite different. Especially the cultures descended from the Proto-Indo-Europeans in the west of Europe. Maybe they would have been less violent if their men weren't always fucking horny, but we'll never know. You can tell when a human is in heat. Oh, Barry just said the same thing again. I gotta fight my instinct to read all of Barry's messages.
Hey!
Please don't yell at me. That doesn't look at all like my eyeliner. No, don't. No. I like this shirt and everything else on me. Please, don't get eyeliner on it, please. No. Hi, viewer. Ahem. How did these support sticks find their way to Babal and why? There's been a lot of shenanigans. Okay, what you need to understand is that Agent Lang, the wolf guy, has a pose where he leans back and goes like this. And Sheena, the woman in the sleeveless dress with him, does the pose with him. And so she's just like bearing her armpit directly at the camera. No, you'll drop it accidentally and get ink on me, don't hey. You don't want a human is in heat because they'll say things like, I'm hot, and let's sit down. There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha, so that's why. I'm glad you're fucking keeping track of this, Edgeworth. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape.
Huh. It's just another stick, isn't it?
And so it is. But the shape of the support sticks is what's important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. What? The object that completes the picture when used with these sticks is... Oh! Are they fucking crossbow bolts? Eureka! That's sick!
That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting.
I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. Well, you fire a bolt from a crossbow, not an arrow, Edgeworth. Nice try. You may be howling like a wolf. I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together.
Knuckle back! Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all.
Border Crossing Part 2.
So Babal's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here? Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primadux statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you?
I want to press on that because I want to see what Edgeworth has to say about his philosophy.
The Primadux statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't.
Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact.
It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation.
What?
You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Primadux statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time, and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you.
Okay, I want to hear what Edgeworth says about being a realist.
Hold it!
You viewers at home will never know the fear of seeing your girlfriend turn to you and ask, "Did you really say armpit moment?"
Of course, and I assure you that my...
The thing about that is the innocent have nothing to fear.
And I assure you that my hypothesis is firmly grounded in reality.
Well, all I'm hearing is the fantasy of a desperate man.
At times, even reality itself can be a mysterious thing. Even you must admit that.
Do I? If it's so true, then why don't you go ahead and show me?
Mr. Edgeworth, I think I understand what went sailing through the air.
I suppose that's because you're an expert at things that fly through the air. This is a great time for us to have this conversation.
What did you expect from the second Yatagarasu?
You're the fourth Yatagarasu.
Indeed. Now to show Agent Lang what really went soaring through the air tonight. I can feel it soaring through the air tonight.
So, you attach, what happened is that they attached the wire to the bolts, but I don't know how to present that.
Hold it! That incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo.
And what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right?
Yeah, so I hear.
And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids.
Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible.
You really believe the stuff you're spewing right now. A courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. There really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it.
Hold it!
We wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them.
But we're in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct?
But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing.
No, that's not necessarily true.
What?
What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions. It's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with a crossbow was not the statues themselves.
Rather, something a crossbow can launch that can be used with the statue. They're really trying to feed it to you. Oh, okay. I had to press on that in order to get this piece of testimony.
If it wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbow launch?
Objection!
This.
Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion, where I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow.
I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy.
Okay, that would work to smuggle the statue out, but then how do you get the other statue in? Because it can't go uphill.
If what you're claiming is what really happened, I can see how Alabast's Primadux statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 3rd to the 5th, from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then what about Babal's Primadux statue? It's the shit that Tessa exactly just said.
The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal, going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babalese embassy to the 5th floor of the Alabastian embassy. How do you explain that? Aha! I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head.
Oh, viewer, she's kissing on me. Yay! Yay! Thank you.
Motion. What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Primadux statue. Swinging motion, I guess, because the grandfather clock, but I don't see how the fuck it works. Rotary motion would work better to wind it up. Bungee action is really fun. Well, let's say swinging motion. A swinging motion was employed. You sure just thought that one through, Mr. Prosecutor. Because if they used that, the statue would swing right into the building's wall. Oh, that's what they meant. Okay. What did he say? For shame. You should sign yourself up for grade school physics for not realizing that. You don't study physics in grade school. I'm at a loss for words to that. You need to calm down and think through this. Okay, I meant rotary. I mean, I was thinking rotary, but the pendulum clock has a swinging motion. So I thought, because the clock was broken, I didn't see how it would work, but... I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously... Not so fast! Simultaneously? Get real, the statues would collide somewhere along the way. It was bungee action? Objection! Did I ever say there was only one line of wire between the two offices? Oh, okay. Oh! If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed. Not so fast! Lang Z says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. You know, there's a word for the quality of something, the quality of being reasonable. And that's reason. What is beyond reason? Not reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. Objection! I'm gonna have to take your word for that. Agent Lang, as you know, the Primadux statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. And the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, oh, he wasn't even full? It would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Lang Z says, whoa! Here's what I believe happened. Ms. Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up in the two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Ms. Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock, QED. This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer? Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were? Pudding is a nice dessert. Fucking stupid fucking dialogue. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that'll turn your hypothesis into a fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that it is right here in this very room.
clock. Oh, the fan! Because the fan on the other side broke.
Take that! Huh. Looks like you dropped another bomb on us today.
The last piece to the trick are two pulleys. Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there's one installed, why wouldn't the blades hit against the wire? Thanks to the fact that there's one installed in each of the offices. The ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wires to run on.
Aroo! Aroo! I'm sorry, I turned into Nixon for a second there.
This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security.
You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot is that set up this real-life stage show, don't you?
The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show. Do the fans go far enough down for the wires not to hit the top of the window in the lower room? Let's not worry about it, 20 yards. Well, the person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastion and Bob-Lee's offices. Now, the Passion Flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case.
Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food.
Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here, in this case, will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in.
Don't make this dog beg, Edgeworth.
Piece of evidence? Oh, I don't get to just show you? It could be the thing from the boss of the smuggling ring. I guess that's gotta be it. Okay, trump card.
Take that! And this is it.
Except apparently it's not.
Where's my real dessert? How long do you intend on keeping it from me? Come on, woof woof. I want my dessert. Give it to me.
Okay. I know who it is, but I don't know how to demonstrate that with the evidence. The person who concocted the trick used to smuggle the statues should already have the piece of evidence, just have to present it.
I want figgy pudding, Edgeworth. Give it to me.
Is it this? Oh, hey, I can look at this. Oh, I suppose this dirt was from when it was stuck in the thing. Oh, they're letting me do profiles now. Holy shit. No, they're not. No, they're not. Okay. What do you want from me, video game? Why don't you just let me present a fucking profile? I don't know, is it fucking this?
Take that!
And this is it. The flowers again? That's the only piece of evidence with his name in it.
Take that!
There you go. This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of a crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Ms. Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. But as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan, the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus it can only be you, Quirkus Alba. Quirked up white boy. What? Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth?
I'm certain of what I'm saying, and I'm sure that he's the culprit.
Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that?
I understand your need to doubt me. However, there's one thing that stands out to me as very odd.
Just one thing, huh?
The one single end result that Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence.
Is this the one that we do now?
Take that!
No, it's not.
You want us to examine this?
Yes, for I believe that by examining it, we will finally have all of our answers.
Langzy says, items that become evidence should never have any parts overlooked. All evidence related to this case are
Fine, and don't need to be examined again. He's using evidence as a plural noun like the British do. That's odd. Okay. There's one piece that has only been partially checked. Oh, should we check them for fingerprints?
Take that!
No. Okay. That would be funny, Bremy. Viewer, I'm sorry I'm dumb. You might have forgot by now. There's every possibility of that. Oh, Mish, they don't give a shit about evidence law. The knife?
Take that!
No, okay. No, don't save right before you're about to lose. That would suck.
Not so fast!
Okay, man. Relax. What did you say? That piece which lies at the heart of the smuggling is what I should present. Piece that lies at the heart of the smuggling.
Take that! Not so fast!
Okay. This is bringing back memories of playing these games on my DS under the covers late at night and just trying fucking every piece of evidence on every piece of dialogue. Samurai dogs? Surely it's the samurai dogs. It's probably the samurai dogs. If I had to guess, I would say that it's the samurai dogs. One piece that is only partially checked, which lies at the heart of the smuggling. Fucking, I don't know, man.
Take that!
Also not it. Long loads for some reason. Haven't examined part is more important. Well, I was thinking this because we hadn't examined the real handle.
Take that!
Okay. No, don't save. I was thinking because we checked the statue in this room for fingerprints, but not the one in the other room. You guys can just tell me. I'm gonna start to feel bad about myself, so you guys can just tell me. The other statue.
Take that!
Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. They should really accept wait, okay, so what did I just say? Okay, but we did examine... So this is the one that...
This is the one in this room. Okay, that's not the one I was talking about. Cool. I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of... I don't see how that statue is at the heart of the smuggling, but whatever. Thanks, MK. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primadux statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. Who better to ask for that reason than King Primadux himself? I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining that statue now, with or without your permission. We examined this statue. We tested it with luminol. We didn't examine the other statue. We found the fingerprints and we tested it with luminol. We examined the shit out of this statue. I don't know, MK. I think it's because you make clips. Top clip currently. Oh, that's nice. MK, what did you clip? Is it the cat choir one? These are Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. The fact that they're on here suggests that this statue once belonged to Babal.
So it was smuggled from Babal to Alabast then?
Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in?
This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador.
I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. Looks like a gap.
Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret?
Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction.
What?
Hurry up and open it, Miles. All right, here goes. Okay, cool. Obviously, I should have known that was in there.
Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out?
I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. What in the... is this?
Hey, is this what I think it is?
It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates, and the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabast to begin with. Counterfeit plate data jotted down in my organizer. The Primadux statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Shina, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue of Damask II at Damask II and bonked him. Then, in order to frame the Steel Samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba?
You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country's a mess, and it's all because of you!
You're the one who killed Damask II? Answer us.
I never thought that you would figure things out to this level.
Bremy, it's a real treat.
However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin.
Not the best! Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quercus Alba.
It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang.
Subjectivity. My conclusion is anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation.
Logic and investigation. Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma.
I thought he was lying about that just to get us into the office.
I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight to you.
It looks like you still don't get why I came back.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Excuse me?
You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you.
What?
Agent Lang, I demand an explanation.
Sorry, sis. Didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning.
You did?
I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for.
MK, he's horny all the time. He calls Edgeworth pretty boy.
So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look.
Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. Using Francisca as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights.
Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around.
So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you.
That was quick.
But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening. I thank you.
You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic.
The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? This isn't a legal team. It's just a team between prosecutor and detective.
I don't know about all that, but one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him.
Oh, you're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you?
Hey, you're the one who's planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me.
Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Now we use it. Someone who's good at the law, please help. My gumshoe is dying. Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head, why won't you just give us testimony we can use against you in court? What the hell? If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. My Lang voice sounds like Little Karibo, does it? I don't know what he sounds like when he's not
Voicing Yami.
Dignity. That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would first like to see some of this thing you call evidence. Ugh. I tell you, I know nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything.
It doesn't make sense. Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense?
It's really got us.
He said,
No, you.
he's got us. We have nothing. He's turned the entire situation around against us.
The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open?
Yeah, the card.
Trump card in the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed.
Again, you're not in court right now. There's nothing preventing you from showing it to him and even lying to him. You're a cop. You can lie.
Needless to say,
We von Kamas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary.
the only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside the courts. That's what we thought at the time.
I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. And I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? Which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand here and now.
Obviously, you use it. But I should save the game just in case.
There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. Law is an invention of man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this.
Enemy, enemy, enemy.
Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life.
It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates.
Oh, is that what it is?
This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin.
Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession?
Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader?
I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given.
What?
This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident.
The KG-8 incident?
The card in the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate.
Oh, very interesting. I must admit I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence that you've presented.
The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man, who's had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me.
March 5th, why did we move to the lobby? March 15th, 1:34 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. So what is this? Oh, because there's no fucking TV in his office? So what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me?
The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that this card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the card was used to relay an order.
You want me to point to the card? Do you want me to point to the knife?
Take that! As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand.
I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same, doesn't mean that they are, does it now?
Ah, but there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. A section of the text has been obscured by blood, but it's clear the writing is in Codopian. According to Detective Bad, silence CCU is what is written here. That's a lot of text. Along with the method to be used and where she lived.
Oh, then that's not very much text. Is it kanji?
The evil intent displayed in this writing will not go unpunished. According to Detective Bad, Ambassador Alba's directive cards bear the mark of a three-legged raven, or in other words, a Yatagarasu. I suppose this mark was the inspiration for their group's name, the Yatagarasu.
What? Okay, are we done here? What? Oh, the blood. Thank you, RB.
This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy.
I mean, we already knew that.
The blood belongs to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact.
Is that easy? It's dried, long dried.
If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Codopian government car.
What?
Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage.
I don't know if you could do that on this VCR, pal.
This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Codopia. Take that!
You must be very tired, Mr. Edgeworth. If you continue presenting completely irrelevant evidence like this, I'm afraid your investigation may fall apart. Shit. Uh-oh. 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 Is my monitor bad? I only saw the brooch. I don't see anything else Codopian. I see the card. Okay, they just want me to say the card. That doesn't link it to the fucking embassy, though. We knew he had the card. Also, thank you, Stream Elements. Viewer, please give me money.
The shape of this pocket and the directives card in it. It tells us without a doubt the person in this car is Mr. Kochin.
Surely you can watch him get out of the car on the video. Why wouldn't you point out the flags at the front of it? Thank you, Maddox. I'll have a treat.
The license plate, something else not in this photo. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this. You can see his face.
Surely you watch him exit the car and enter the... It's not fucking snapshots. Surely you can watch him do it.
We can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day.
How can you say that? That's Manny Kochin. What do you mean he was riding in that car? Where's your evidence that he was in that car? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Wow, your complete absence of evidence has fully convinced me. You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove.
Bremy, I love... I remembered this character very clearly from this case. This and the other ambassador. Thanks for standing up, dude. How so?
The Principality of Codopia no longer exists, so naturally all records from that time period also no longer exist.
The arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy?
The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage.
Can you save the game? I have no fucking health left.
There must be something here that I can use against him.
Now I do the brooch.
Take that! What the? Ambassador Alba.
Yes, what is it?
You were once an army man in the service of Codopia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct?
Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Codopia. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal. You asshole! Why would you brag about it?
In that case, the only person it could be who's sitting in this car is you!
How do you figure that?
By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the exact same medal as the one on your chest.
What fucking... What?
This is how it will be, but I won't look back, for this is the path that I have chosen.
You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far, it looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Regarding the Damask II murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense.
You're claiming it was justified self-defense? Damask II attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him.
What a pathetic performance.
I can laugh too. I'm not giving you one.
Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times.
If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then you will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But Damask II didn't have a... Oh,
But Damask II didn't have a single weapon on his body.
hold on. It's nothing to get worked up over, because I hid the weapon.
You hid it?
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek. My special bonsai trimming shears.
It's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. That's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. Ambassador Alba's wound data jotted down in my organizer.
No way!
Oh, which reminds me. I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on.
Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you.
The murder of Damask II was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes this crime alive. Jesus Christ, Francisca. I've gotten the death penalty every single time. I'm personally responsible for the execution of dozens of defendants.
Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there's one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that?
That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality.
That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this?
Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts.
That arrogance and your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands.
These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game.
These two layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court. We've got to shoot him.
You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world from you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Is there nothing we can do?
Oh my god, dude. Please, please, please let me finish this in the next hour and 15 minutes. Please. March 15th to 11 a.m. Theatre of Neutralis. It's 2 a.m.
I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality.
Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about it. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice.
I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him.
I know.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of.
If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they?
Ah, now you're coming around.
If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself.
Don't you dare!
Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry, that was a bit too harsh.
I know how you feel, sir. You try to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job.
What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack?
Hold it. Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet.
Okay.
I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here.
She's right.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay.
Right behind you.
More, so we could have more character sprites per character. That would be nice, Todd. Some of them have a lot of sprites. Quercus Alba has quite a few sprites because there's two different versions of him, essentially.
Okay, then I'll go check out Babal a bit more, sir.
No, more investigator? Are you shitting me?
And I have some things that I need to investigate further in Alabast.
He told us to get out. No, what are you saying? Please, no, don't make me investigate things.
Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Past Flowers data arrangements from my organizer. Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something.
I wonder why.
There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we're unable to legally prosecute him.
Cool. It sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want.
I've already forgotten my indignation.
And murder Damask II, run a smuggling operation, and make counterfeit bills, apparently.
But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Kochin and Babal.
Did you believe him? Are you fucking shitting me? Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country.
Really?
No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here.
So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we?
We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights.
Oh, God. The renovations?
Hello and welcome to the Embassy of Babal.
I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time.
Right now, for a limited time here at the Babalese Embassy, we're offering the very special Experience the Terrifying Files Ashes tour. So, how about it? Shall I sign you up?
We're fine, thanks.
Global Studios.
Interesting, okay. I guess they just want me to use logic at this point because they're not going to let me leave the room.
Oh no, I'm still on no health. I'm so glad that was right because I'm still on no fucking health.
We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials such as the Babalese ink and paper must have been hidden in a secure location. What do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun?
Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all.
Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bill disposal, and the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain?
That's probably Quirkus.
It's the one person who's been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation from both embassies. The co-conspirator who's mopping up, Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin.
Alright, let me fucking save the fucking game again. This is gonna be awful. Can I just put these together, though?
The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Ms. Yu said it herself, that she didn't kill anyone tonight. We were to take her words at face value, and the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed.
Then you mean Ambassador Alba's the real killer?
No shit.
But I thought the two of them were friends.
Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship?
Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Poleno to be ambassador after the reunification?
Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Primadux statue.
So Mr. Cochin hired Damask II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin?
It's definitely a possibility at this point.
Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was an Alabast, but Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right?
Right, and that's what we must solve next.
Okay. I'd love to solve that. Can we go through here now? Apparently not. Stroll. On the orders of Ambassador Alba, no one is allowed into Alabast.
But I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not too long ago.
She is from Interpol and had the proper paperwork. So while I was reluctant, I had to let her in.
Sounds like Francisco, all right.
Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers.
Yep, definitely Francisco.
Shit, okay, what do you want me to investigate out here, man? Flowers were sent by a variety of people, etc. Oh, okay, this is something.
This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? I won't rest until I've discovered every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses.
Wow, you even know the exact species? I would have never figured you for an expert on flowers.
It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. Sound like some sort of botanist.
So, what exactly is this yellow flower here?
That one, I'm not sure.
What? You don't know?
As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before.
Oh my god. I mean, it's the, Alabastian flower. Which I think I'm gonna present the embassy guide for.
This piece of evidence be related to this photo somehow.
No, I don't think it's related at all.
Well, I guess you've done fucked up. Are you still here? Are you trying to force me to admit? You people have no reason to still be here. Now please leave.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
If you won't leave on your own, I will have no choice but to force you out.
Hold it.
I don't believe we'll be meeting again. However, I will pray for your success.
We're not through here yet. Is this it? I had no choice but to leave. Thus the truth was lost for all eternity.
What a game over!
Oh! It just puts you back at full health. No consequences. Okay, cool. Thanks. That's not the way it used to be on the Nintendo DS. Oh shit. Is it the one on the key? I don't think it is. Well, let's find out. Eureka! Apparently it was. Oh, no, it wasn't. Okay. I really thought that they would be trying to point me towards this thing that demonstrates the national symbols. It's a really nice butterfly on the Republic of Babal's arms. Oh, it's the knife, dumbass. Babal's national symbol is the butterfly, and Alabast's is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick.
What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife. Ah!
Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Kochan. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis, in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Commemorative photo data jotted down in my organizer. The flower motif. Looks like one of the flower petals is missing.
Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal.
And the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. Cool, and now we know what the guitar pick is. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Kochan was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Kochan. Theatrum Neutralis. And we could get him if he was on neutral soil. The only place that makes sense is here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
What? Here?
The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been is in here.
But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has.
It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further.
So what should we check out?
Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain. However, the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records, despite the order to break them.
Objection!
Actually, I bought them, and now my scene makes sense for this scene. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgevaz. Francisco. I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents. Security footage data jotted down in my organizer. You move fast. A phone camera strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. Ugh, I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beat, because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area. Stretching.
I really hope there's something in here that we can use.
Okay, there he go. There goes the Steel Samurai. And oh my god, the Iron Infant is still missing, I forgot. Which minute's footage should I examine?
Oh, I didn't remember all these posters.
I do remember a bunch hanging in that hallway. I believe they're all related to tourism and sightseeing. In Alabast? Impossible. If it were Babal, I could believe that, however. Oh, Francisco said that stuff. No, they were posters promoting tourist traps in this country. And I believe they were mostly of Gay Land. I see, so they were targeted at the embassy staff. Okay. There's Alba. I can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself. He had me fooled too. According to the files I had sent for earlier, Ambassador Alba was a Cordopian hero. He saved the royal family from danger countless times. So what bothers me is why would a man like that create a smuggling ring? Even with all the authority I have, I still haven't been able to figure out why. It sounds like the ambassador was a hero who was corrupted by evil. But no matter what happened in the past, we can't let the man he is now escape justice. Doesn't something about this lump's shape strike you as odd?
Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape?
No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. Screenshot, 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 screenshot. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Pushcart. Still Samurai pushed this to Alabast from the dressing room. Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera.
Damn, you're not gonna let me rotate this?
Cheap. I hope it shows us whatever.
Phooey, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country.
But wasn't his body found in Babal?
It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Oh my god, was Mr. Cochin's body in the cart? Alright, here comes Big Man. Ambassador Alba!
I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score.
Bram, did you miss his animation?
However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again.
That's not true. You don't play video games.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over. Games.
No.
Objection!
No. Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I'm heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
Ugh. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Ambassador Polano.
Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know.
Very well. If you insist, I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther.
Ambassador Polano! Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish for is the normalization of relations between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right.
Homosexual to the rescue!
Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin.
Huh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. The next 57 minutes, I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by.
Fingers crossed we could beat this today.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabast the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That's my alibi.
So that's your alibi. He wasn't in Alabast the whole time. He was in the Theatrum Neutralis. So I do have a photo. Nice, okay.
Simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
I said, hold it! What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question. You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer. Miles Edgevass, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose. Of course. That's something I've understood from the start.
That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he?
Thank you, Gooey, and thank you, Stream Elements, for reminding the viewer that I owe the IRS a lot of money. It would really help me out if they would help me pay that money. Please. It would bring light into my dim little life. Yes, I believe so.
The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad, their legacy will live on, through me. So that's why we've just gotta catch him, okay?
We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have it the truth, now shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. This is one of the few characters that I planned to voice out for in advance before I started this playthrough. I had wanted to think about how his voice would change when his animations changed. I was in Alabast the whole time. Were you indeed?
Objection!
I'm me?
Anonymous, thank you for the $5 donation. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? He says I was in Alabast the whole time? And I present the photo of him in the Theatrum Neutralis? And it doesn't take? Are you shitting me?
Hold it!
And what exactly did you do while you were at Alabast? I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, the thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Objection!
Are you saying it was Damascus II that made the first move? Yes, and it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with the Primadux statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense.
Objection!
Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did. Cover up? No, my boy, I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth. You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now. I'm terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I am a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know.
Objection!
Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you?
Objection!
Whoa, what? That's his voice? Man is evil, and I'm sure you're familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in Babal while I was all the way in Alabast. Okay. Do we want to show the security camera when he says he was in Alabast the whole time?
Objection!
Also not it. That's crazy. I have so much evidence to show that he left Alabast and none of it is working. I get that's not what they want me to do right now, but come on.
Objection!
Oh shit, this is before I skipped all this dialogue.
Objection!
Come on, man.
Objection!
All these animations. Man is evil, etc. Okay.
Hold it!
You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babal. And you are correct. Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me. The only thing I am conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I am not conceding that your alibi is the truth. Oh, I see. However, no matter how close you try, know that you can't crush my alibi. It would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor in this country. We'll see about that. So Mr. Cochin was a friend of him, but are you fucking kidding me? Oh, okay.
They want me to go for the motive first. Okay. I was trying to establish opportunity first.
Hold it!
But they wanted me to go for motive first.
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier, we proved it to be what happened.
Well, let's leave that to one side for now. Because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive.
Oh? So you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin?
If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you.
There's a few different things that we could use to show that. Okay, that's for smuggling Bobbly's ink. We probably want to point out probably this, that Cochin was gonna have the statue stolen.
After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously.
I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes.
I think probably the note asking to steal the statue is what I want here.
Objection!
Nice. Have fun, practical.
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection!
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument.
I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The contents of this note is a request. The content of this note is a request calling for the theft of Alabast's Primadux statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Objection!
Are you finished with your hypothesizing?
Excuse me?
Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right?
I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin.
Now then, if you'll excuse me.
What?
I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question.
Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was, he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation.
Oh! Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Poleno. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears.
Yeah, what the fuck, just? There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Poleno.
You must find some way to stop him from leaving.
It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Hold it. Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba.
Okay.
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, Yatagarasu's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but how do you suggest that we stop him from leaving?
You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait, where have I seen that before?
That is a clue my father, Byrne Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Byrne Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG-8 incident.
The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key?
Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Mizuyu kill 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside this
You say I had someone killed like it's relevant to me at all.
inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me.
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this.
And what is that toy there?
Oh, we had to find a way to work the VR into the finale. This is more like AR.
This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather by my father.
Ellipsis.
7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy.
What?
These 2 pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast right behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu, ever the thorn in my side.
Hey, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings?
It's nothing case-breaking, really.
Ah, then it was just a bluff.
Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him.
Those 2 pieces. Aren't they keepsakes of your father?
It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end.
Okay.
When the going gets tough, someone's got to be there to put the wind back in your sails.
After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature, 17-year-old. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us father testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me.
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please.
All right, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Paleno's office, you won't stop me.
I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste.
The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabast the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me.
What an arrogant old man.
Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us.
I will warn you, though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished. I'll spank you right here in front of the entire embassy.
So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course. I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before he returned to Babal, in which case there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. Okay. I'm sorry it's not immediately obvious to me. I feel like this is where either the photo or the security footage comes up.
Objection!
Okay, that's not it. Okay, thank you. Wow, that's a long load. What did I just present? The camera, right?
Objection!
Oh, it was the photo, rather. Okay. I felt like either of them were good. I felt like span of time pointed more towards the camera. I'd like you to take a look at this picture.
It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations.
Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show it was you who committed the murder.
Come again?
This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin.
I see you recognize it, as well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it in among the flowers you were to give to the Still Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Kochin here at this theater.
It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
Well, you figured me out. Fuck, I guess I better scram.
We're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth, but I thank you for the entertainment.
No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. No! Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. The courts! Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end? Oh my god. Agent Lang!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Yeah, I got shot in the leg, but I'm fine. Get out of...
Oh my god, what is this guy's voice?
Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back.
Is that what I was doing?
So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through. Lang Z says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The Imperial household? What have you done? You've been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? What? My face explode. Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
The video the Yatagarasu protected.
You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Z. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and network around the world have really paid off.
Interpol will now take him to Alabast to be executed.
It can't be! I don't believe this! My ambassadorship has been revoked.
Looks like you've finally come to grips with your new standing.
Whoa, looks like he's turned docile again.
He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I'd so wanted to use my whip on him.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. Whoa!
I don't know what that noise is supposed to be.
Objection!
No, I won't be stopped now.
He still intends to fight us?
So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me.
The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I'd expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Sasuga, the boss of the smuggling ring.
Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Kochin in the theater. But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater.
So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous.
Objection!
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ugh. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war.
Alba's Alibi Part 3.
I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal.
That's true, but you did transport it from the theater to Alabast and then send it down the pulley to Babal.
Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender to—
Not the best!
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? Ha ha ha, as if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything.
I know, and I will give him my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness.
Yes, just another witness.
All right, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good.
I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony.
I'm gonna see if I can press this so you could have brought it into Alabast and then show how.
Hold it!
Is that really so? You could have easily blackmailed your subordinates to be quiet and then moved them on.
Objection!
That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates, and I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy, as the guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone so much as makes an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicions.
Come to think of it, there wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage. Yes, because it was in Larry's cart.
Wait, let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said that the guard would become suspicious if someone acted unnaturally. Then by the same token, the guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act naturally. If we retrace Mr. Alba's movements, we should find some hint to solving this case.
Hang on, sorry.
Well, right after the Still Samurai stage show, he went back to Alabast, right?
From there, he started preparing for his speech in the Alabastian embassy.
It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Babalese embassy.
He couldn't have gone to Babal, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. Is it possible that the body was temporarily taken to a different location first?
Okay, do you want me to just present the camera?
Objection!
Yeah.
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be?
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement.
Thank you for the warning.
Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I don't.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart.
Oh, and that's why all the samurai dogs were in the room Old Bag was in, because they were removed from the pushcart.
Take that!
What is the meaning of showing me that?
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body.
This is good. This is sort of set up by the body being moved in luggage in the second case.
You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis. However,
If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people. Sorry I took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! I get a cutscene.
Gummy?
Detective Gumshoe. Is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart?
Look at that shitty 2D spray. I love that.
Yes, sir. I found it on the open air stage, sir.
So that's where you went.
The detective spirit that Pops left me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to your edge?
Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. Something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart?
I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir.
Oh. Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective.
Yes, sir. It's blood.
This must be Mr. Cochin's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart.
I feel like this game doesn't take as good advantage of the evidence rotating and examining function as Apollo Justice and Rise from the Ashes do.
And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body into Alabast. What nonsense. Why would I bother to do so?
Objection!
It's because you couldn't move it yourself. It's pretty obvious, man.
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
No!
If I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win.
But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether or not I can prove it. So I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast.
I mean, or I could just present the wire now. Myers Edgevas. Have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved?
To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means...
There's no questions that can't be answered, right?
the Primadux statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit.
Okay. Let's do this. I've got a half an hour to beat this fucking case. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of Damascus II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What?
Is not every life precious?
Do you really need me to answer that for
Objection!
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society.
you? Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he?
Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this?
Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like. Mentor, thank you so much for the $20! Yay! Thank you so much! After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands.
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around.
The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest. Wait, it did? Bremy, I completely forgot that was coming out in June! Oh, I better play Lies of P soon. I was planning for the next Souls thing I streamed to be casting only Dark 3, but I guess I should be Lies of P-ing instead.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? You did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose.
The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech.
Hold it!
That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up.
A most amusing joke. And how do you propose that I set it up?
If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take to the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow.
Thank you, Stream Elements, and if you, like Edgelord, want to help me in my travails against the IRS, you can donate too.
Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me.
What's it gonna take for you to... How long is it gonna take you to get him what he needs? What's it gonna take for you to fess up to anything? Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden?
Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back.
Hold it!
CJ, thank you so much for the $25.
And what happened after you returned to your office?
I don't want to keep on repeating this, however, upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into mass.
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was Damascus II.
I am still planning a subathon in the near future.
Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primadux statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake.
Oh, thank you, Arbeat. That's so kind of you.
Talk about an unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue.
Is she whipping Gumshoe? Ms. Von Karma's really letting her whip fly now.
I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it.
She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice.
Actually, evidence won't suffice either because the way forward was to suppress everything.
I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he's actually guilty of anything.
Are we finished here?
Miles Edgevast, can you not come up when House of Body was moved to Babal?
Sir!
Mr. Edgeworth?
Even after proving so much, is he gonna get away with it?
No. Is this the end for Miles Edgeworth?
Hold it, says. It appears that we made it just... Oh.
It appears that we made it just in time. It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle.
Evil Magistrate, it's time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai?
No, you're mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy.
Oh, it is? Holy shit. Beans, thank you for telling me. Oh, no, it's not. It's in the corner.
Edgy-po! The two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry! What are you two doing here?
Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help, yeesh.
Well, Crisprbird, you see, Edgeworth and what's her name? Old Bag are playing the Steel Samurai and Pink Princess.
I'm gonna get the bad guy with my samurai spear.
Go away!
How can you be so mean to us, Edgy-po? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us? Well, isn't this odd? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant.
Does that really matter right now?
Hey, is it just me or is the Iron Infant completely soaked?
Oh yeah, I found him in the ball, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said.
Huh? Oh, it appears that we made
Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal? They found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babal.
Oh, that. Well, I was in Alabast the whole time.
So I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I'd lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure, but I found it.
That's enough, Larry. It's not a courtroom, Christopher Bird, it's an embassy, but they should also, well, the swords are fake, and they were invited. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. Okay, I guess he moved the body through the empty pool after it was drained. I was wondering about that. So there's a couple pieces of evidence I hadn't used yet. One of them is this pick, which is actually one of the petals of flower from the hilt of the knife, and the other was this that says that the pool refills automatically when it's low, but at the time the water was diverted to fight the fires. So they were fighting the fires, the pool was low, they could move the body over, the pool refills. Bilateral symmetry. The choice to the route, the key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabasta to Babal is bilateral symmetry. Oh, that's right, this embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumption.
Yes, sir.
There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies.
Does something like that really exist, sir?
An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine.
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know.
Look at that shitty cart. It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time.
You will stay here with us and wait. Ugh.
This is Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden.
Just as I suspected,
What is it?
the two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babalese side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool at Alabasta.
Objection!
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any.
The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool. It was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. That's a huge security hole. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
Objection!
And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
Objection!
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant.
What? This blasted doll!
Water is wetter in Babalese.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey, don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me.
We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the problem.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kinda unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to Babal. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but he has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Don't say far from over.
Agent Lang,
Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now?
he's not. He realized a flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer.
And another thing, Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage? Sheena moved it?
Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember?
You mean Sheena, right?
With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up the
Objection!
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that.
It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. It was drained, it was drained, it was drained, it was drained.
It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What?
Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements.
What was happening in the embassy around the time? Yes, it was the fire! I know!
Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. I know!
Get rid of the water. Aha, that's it!
Now, I believe this time we really are done, right?
They really drew this case the fuck out. Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water? That's completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me?
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any water?
Also, they didn't let me say it. They had Edgeworth say it without my input. That's upsetting.
Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
Take that!
Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
Objection!
So what? The water level went down, the reservoirs were connected. Shadow Moses, does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Yes, I fucking can. I can prove they're connected. We can go look. We can drain it and go look. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. Wow, how apt! This is like playing a video game.
I haven't lost yet.
I've found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Not the best!
Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep, and that there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb out of the pool.
Ladders or footholds along the walls? There is no need for such things.
What do you mean?
If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will.
Oh, looks like you've got an answer already.
I actually don't know what they're talking about. No, I don't need to save again.
Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already.
The way in which Ms. Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level. Oh, okay, if there's a way to control the water level. That's what they're talking about, the refilling function.
No, I didn't mean to. Oh, I misclicked.
I don't recall ever using that.
You're a fucking asshole. How could you misclick? Choose the fucking way filling thing. Jesus.
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts, in a manner of speaking.
He used the fountain spouts? How so?
The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Ms. Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babalese side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it in, along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Cochin's body, into the pool. At this time, Ms. Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal. How convenient of you to start this fire. Then she made for the open-air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down.
Two-player puzzle ass.
And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. Beep, 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 beep. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabast into the ball. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Ms. Sheena and the body. After that, Ms. Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There's an elevator in the embassy after all. Gumshoe was used in use when Gumshoe tried to use it. So you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, ass-ambexeter, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you?
I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
Objection!
Actually, you're going to have to do way more gameplay to take me down. You accuse me of moving the body across crunchy lines, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now?
Proof, I believe, is what he seeks.
Yes, proof. Without any, who's to say whether or not any of what you said really happened?
Well, the fucking cart was on the Bobblese side and it had the victim's blood in it. That's proof.
He wants proof? What are we gonna do, Mr. Edgeworth?
There's no need to worry. Had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area. I know, right, Reza? So too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. Now I present the pic.
Take that!
And what exactly is this?
You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Bobblese side will be your undoing.
A guitar pick. Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were?
Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick.
What?
This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to.
Take that!
Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal.
Yeah, Artbeat, thank you for volunteering to run track, because even if I beat this with enough time to run track, I'd like to get pizza.
Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot.
It's a perfect fit.
I assume that the petal must have fallen off the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder. And then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body.
Objection!
That's an interesting story, nothing more.
Objection!
Oh, I assure you, it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it.
It was wet, you say?
Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool.
I mean, they were spraying hoses around on the ball to put out the fires, but it's none of my business.
Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area on the Bobblese side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into the ball.
Impossible! The people of Zhangfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy.
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life, no matter how you may plot, or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
Objection!
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy is ever gonna admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with, or people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist, because everyone breaks eventually.
Everyone in this universe acknowledges their guilt when they're accused. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes.
Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. Fucking hell.
This really will be the end of the line.
It better fucking be. What? 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 What the fuck do you mean to be continued?
I request that you testify once more.
As if there's anything else for me to testify about.
I have still yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. I'd like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
Congrats on beating part 2 of 7. Very well, I suppose I can tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. This is a huge point against this game's favor. I don't like... This case could have been a lot shorter. There's a lot of, like, retreading old ground and going in circles in this case that they didn't have to do. It's not like the last case of Apollo Justice where it's really long but you're always doing something. We know everything that happened already.
Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key of this investigation.
In his office, maybe? Oh no, it had to happen here, in the Neutralis. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. Can you give us any information about them, though?
So you were in the theater proper, watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you?
Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who's cool.
Yeah, and the Steel Samurai special finishing move today was really something, huh?
Hey, Edgy, who's she? Who's this super cute girl? She's 17! She's been standing here this whole time, and only now he notices her? Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation.
Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never.
This is a great time for a digression, isn't it?
Yeah, so Kay, I'm Larry Buds!
Silence in the peanut galleries. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. We've been saying that, but now it's really the final battle.
I know, this is the end for that man there.
Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Have no fear, I will finish the job. This really is the end game. Could you, there's no more different ways I could possibly say this. End game, end of the line, this is it.
Okay, let's hear about it. Let's hear about the moving scene.
I agree, today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed.
You can just arrest him at this point. I just realized this. You can just fucking arrest him. He doesn't have diplomatic immunity anymore. You can just arrest him on suspicion of this crime. You don't have to convince him that you have evidence before you arrest him. You just arrest him now. What?
Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate.
Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed. Standard Hunter, thank you so much for the $20.
You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you?
Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all.
And allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more.
Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh?
Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose then yes. I do believe it's time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang.
Wait.
You saying the body was already in the pushcart?
No way! I was pushing a dead body around? But you used me in such a foul manner, it's unforgivable, evil magistrate.
Well put, Steel Samurai. And now I will show to all those present just who is the evil magistrate that the Steel Samurai must defeat. What a long, pointless diatribe. The thing is that he didn't mention the spear. Is it here? Say something about the spear, because he's supposed to use the spear, but he couldn't use the spear because it was bent. Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself.
That's nice.
That's nice.
Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture.
Wasn't planning to let him.
Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. Didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well, and that spectacular special move, where you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever. Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that.
How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that Steel Samurai uses when he's using the samurai spear.
Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move?
I suppose you're correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me. Ding 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 ding.
Objection!
I knew that the spear was going to come up because I left it in my inventory this long. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection!
You little irritating gnats. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
The samurai spear? What about it?
The spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me?
Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai's special move was tonight?
It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash.
Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Quercus Alba, you didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you?
Oh god, you can see his teeth through his cheek when he gets cracked. So if he wasn't watching the show tonight,
Then it opens up the possibilities that he was busy killing Mr. Kochin instead.
So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Just what is so funny?
you're so sloppy, and so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watched the show, or most of it in any case.
What do you mean by most of it?
You see, during the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the restroom. I assumed that was when the dramatic scene was played out on stage.
That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal.
Ugh, just because he got the name of the move wrong. You can't actually use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. Huh. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show. Almost.
Objection!
As a Steel Samurai fan? For someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show? You have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever! Who said hold it?
Who was that just now?
That would be I, young lady!
Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that?
Edgy, please hold on for a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Sam maniac.
What exactly is a Steel Samaniac, pal?
I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai.
I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai.
What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth?
It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. I win, goodbye. As well he should, for I am a fan.
It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart.
The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker.
Sarcasm would drip from his mouth. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Kochan. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret? Larry, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show.
Right before?
Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move.
Thank you, Stream Elements. Viewer, if you enjoy my stream, I have to stream late with this long-ass fucking case. Please consider donating to support the channel.
About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. It's kind of how we decided the name of the move. But by that time, I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless.
All of your Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy.
Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret.
So basically a gag order was issued for publicity's sake.
It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art.
Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Objection!
Hold those lips of yours still.
What the heck, old man?
I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. Also very tedious and a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Objection!
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you?
I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony.
So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quercus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself. The name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. That name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So, just what are you driving at?
That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move?
Maybe, RB.
Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Quercus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You saw it in that room where you were doing the murder. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard.
How much evidence is there left for me to use?
Staff members who knew were keeping it a secret.
I think it might just be the samurai dogs at this point. I don't know how they come up. Oh, the wound! Shit! Okay, the samurai dogs and the wounds.
So you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked, which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard.
So that means that Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right?
What's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Kochan's murder.
The samurai dogs, because they were removed from the cart, right? Maybe not. Maybe it's the cart.
Take that!
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabast along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show.
Precisely.
Arrest this man! He doesn't have diplomatic immunity anymore, just arrest him!
Oh, but wait, what if, and this is just a what if the murder took place right in the dressing room?
What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people.
Slipping undetected into a private dressing room then would be simple as pie.
The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body through the pushcarts and too.
Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Percus Alba, during the show, you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why.
Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now! Literally, do it!
Objection!
Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? No!
Explain. What is there to explain?
I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk. Still trying to get out of this.
You really think you can get away at this point?
Yes, because despite having a ton of evidence, none of you are trying to arrest me, so I figure I'm pretty much off scot-free.
Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him?
I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. If that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room? It's possible that we may find new evidence there.
Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal.
Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation.
Holy shit! We don't need to do any of that, thank Christ.
What? Wolfie, how could you?
I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else.
And so I found nothing?
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us.
They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find.
And if there's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either.
Is this the end? Murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us?
It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you'll excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one.
Who says hold it?
Who is it this time?
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers! First Larry, and now you! What is with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy-Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in. Why did you have to speak up right at this instant? But you know what, Edgy-Poo? Cheer up, because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing? And you? It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. My special present of love to my sweet Edgy-Poo, are you ready? Is this.
It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yes! Oh, Edgy-Poo, here, go on and eat one and you'll feel right as rain.
Have you guys seen the ProZD video about when they're padding for time in an anime and they start playing kooky music?
Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy-Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir.
What is this pacing? Cut back to her. Cut to me.
Merciful. Well, I mean, isn't it the desire of every woman to make sure that their beloved never goes hungry? That's what I wanted to experience. I'll tell you one thing, though. These make the most delicious meal I've ever eaten through. Oh, as a star in the kitchen.
Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do anything about her?
There's no power on earth that can force that woman into silence. But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. Blood droplet. When I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad. Wait, a special box with a Hinomari-like fan on it. Why, yes, I know what the Hinomari is. Like any American investigator. I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. All wacky side characters taking a long single file line outside this room to do their bit. However, there it is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a Hinomaru dog. Oh my god, don't make me think about it. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this red sun may just be what we needed to point us in the right direction. A pleasant.
Studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We're supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them.
Right. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kochin at this theater and then placed his body into the pushcart. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. No, A Queer Oddity, I love them. It's just that this case is longer than it needs to be, and I have Star Trek to watch with the Discord this evening. But if I hadn't streamed this game, you guys never would have met Cammy Meal, and that's a fate worse than death. Okay, how do you want me to combine these? It feels like these two are the easiest. But that's not it. Okay. Samurai dog's body in the pushcart. You have to move the dogs out of the pushcart. Okay. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. Hinomari dogs. It's so funny that they call them Hinomari and not like Japanese flag dogs. JP flag dog. That which should not exist. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag. I thank you. Wow. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Edgepoo!
Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir?
Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Kochin in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good, even though this definitely isn't the end of the case.
Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. Finally found the fangs we need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is gonna put the old man away?
The trace evidence that will bring him down? Why, it's here, of course. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood.
Huh?
What? What do you say?
Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. Sure, we can do that in seconds for some reason. I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey, you, get this down to the lab, pronto.
But why was there blood on that box to begin with?
If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct?
Oh, yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in.
I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart. If what Larry says is true, what were the boxes doing on the floor? Ah, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the push cart. Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there, because embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing Ms. Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Ms. Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame.
What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal, I received it from myself. Percus Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part. Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however. How can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this? Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh?
The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact.
Here's what I think. It's not gonna be Cochin's blood, it's gonna be Alba's blood, because Cochin stabbed him in the neck with this, which was on his person.
We now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And you say that like it has meaning.
Excuse me, sirs!
I know, Reza. As soon as he looked even a little suspicious. No, not as soon as he looked suspicious, because he looked suspicious before his diplomatic immunity was revoked. He looked super suspicious, diplomatic immunity revoked, you arrest him, and then
report. What were the results of the analysis?
Sir, the analysis came back to confirm that the red substance is blood.
I knew it with this Corpus Alba. Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. Your question? The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make?
Not so fast!
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room.
Objection!
But it doesn't prove that I'm your killer, does it? That's... He has a very good point.
Just arrest him.
The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba's the killer.
Then, this evidence, it's meaningless?
That can't be. We were so close, sir.
I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do.
We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. I can't think of a single thing.
I can.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my...
Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It wasn't me, pal.
And it wasn't me this... What a bit. It wasn't me this time, either.
It wasn't me either.
It was me!
Oh, it wasn't Meekins. It was just a generic officer.
Why did you... because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir.
Yeah.
There's more... There's more?
What? Hurry up and spit it out.
Yes, sir! That blood I mentioned, it's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood.
What?
No.
What?
What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it?
Wow, they said hell.
I don't know, sir!
I think he is supposed to be Meekins.
All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir.
What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore.
Neither do I.
Why, my, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proved something to be true, all right. Namely, my words.
And which one of your words would that be?
The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy?
What sort of nonsense?
Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
So you would like to believe. What if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then?
I guess that's possible.
Damn it. Have we been wasting our time on a red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough.
Quercus Alba, you bastard.
Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. Oh, that's true, they also said bastard. I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through.
Alba, it doesn't matter where you run to, you'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you, you'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see it that day comes.
Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a box.
Aroo! Lang never said Aroo.
Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been backed into one. This is it. This is really it this time. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. If I could think about it that way. If the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at that time. There's only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me— I'm confessing to my crimes! What can you do? As the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me. Not now, not ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Objection!
Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful.
I'm sorry I called you pitiful during my episode.
Pitiful? How so? Quercus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who's trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Ha. Mere words.
What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth?
Just what you think it means, Kay. Wait, fuck, I keep on skipping the dialogue. We had already caught him in our trap a while back, with an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence.
Hey, Earth to Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
We know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to this case at all.
Ms. Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to this case. And the part that is the most important, as opposed to the most important part, is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good, and I believe you're already aware of what I mean.
Then you know who the blood belongs to?
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person.
Take that!
The blood of the red sun on this box belongs to you, Quercus Alba.
What?
Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim.
The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer. So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim.
Since there's only one person it could belong to.
Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. It's the only logical conclusion.
But Mr. Cochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding?
What if during the murder Mr. Cochin had fought back?
You mean, if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin managed to wound Mr. Alba?
Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves he was bleeding then. What is the piece of evidence? Here it is.
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound. That was from when Damask II attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room.
But is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone.
Arbeat, can you post in the E-Girl Matinee channel that Star Trek is gonna be late because stream is late, please?
You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
I am the master of my fear. Like, even if it ended right now, the game isn't ending in the next 10 minutes. You're gonna run it? But then what if people aren't watching me because they're watching Star Trek? Or what if people miss Star Trek because they're watching me?
I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something?
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, Arbeat, push it back.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you would propose that such a weapon came from.
This theater was packed with security guards.
It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the Alabastian knife in a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
But as long as you can't prove what that other way is, all your talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you'd better hurry and tell me now.
With pleasure.
Wait, what?
This piece of evidence shows how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon into this theater. Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key.
That key?
That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago.
And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife, meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Kodopian paper signed by Mr. Cochin, ordered to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, but to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba?
Okay, here we go. Arbeat, I really don't think I'm gonna beat this in 6 minutes.
And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible.
Yeah, but I can't end stream now, Arbeat.
You can't take me down! Swine, all of you! Especially Manny Cochin. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador, which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all my crimes for me. Masaka. Bakana. That's why I sent out the Yatagarasu's card and how this incident was born.
Kay said, I don't think he's ever gonna admit to his crime, and here he is admitting to his crime. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors. Fuck you.
Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there's one more question I forgot to ask. This country's, or Alabast's, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
Oh, I forgot this happens to him. March 17th, 11:21 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Ooh, this is it, the big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today.
And next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Francisca's heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it.
Having to face Ms. Von Kammer in court right after facing you, sir. I don't even want to think about what that would be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking, that flight attendant and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Cammy Meal
Hi, Cammy.
was to provide support during smuggling ops using her job as an attendant. Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring and to end in their favor.
Ugh, OU Airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world.
Yeah, sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like.
What is it, Detective?
Nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it,
Guys, stream. Donate quick while you have the chance before the end of stream.
it's just, well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amato's trial's also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. All that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
Well, with the arrests of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG-8 incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. The real killer in the KG-8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin.
Thank you, Brad.
And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG-8 incident was Mac Ralph.
Beans, thank you so much for the $24.
Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU, indeed, man. Perhaps now, these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Polano. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them, don't tell me they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Codopia again, its economy has changed.
Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Plato has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He's been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Codopia. Ah, but what a pity. Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested.
Oh, it's Kay, actually. Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay.
Wait, that's not what I said. So, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir.
Faith, this case was very long.
Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here?
Hey, you've got to be more alert than that.
Yay!
I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit.
I totally didn't notice you or realize that voice was you. Lang Z says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring.
Oh, it's actually him. Agent Lang, pleasant surprise to see you here.
It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't gonna miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court.
Is that so, Agent Lang?
We flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zhang Fa's finally at peace again, just like that. And it's all thanks to you, so I just want to say, thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to both of us in this case.
A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong, I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about. Just a reminder, I'm super fashion and asshole, just in case you thought about liking me. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that?
I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch.
Oh, God!
Feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want.
Where were you when we need to arrest Alba? You're bragging about how you arrest people without proof. We had so much proof against Alba. Why'd you arrest him?
But as for me, I'm gonna get that person no matter what.
All right. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later.
I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Hope you've got enough, because I'm gonna call my men as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. And to that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that is all we prosecutors are. And that is because... She was one of the 3 Yatagarasu's, just. Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rising. Objection! All right. Now, normally, I would stay for the credits, but we've gotten very late. We're not going to see Cammy. Normally, I would stay for the credits. I really am. Should I stay for the credits? In Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. 5 minutes, yes! Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet, and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of Go-You jumbo jets. Just think, someday you will be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. Fuck yes. Boom. Of course, we've got to say hello to this guy.
Edgevaz?
Wait,
That rudeness of a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, I received a most fantastic treasure recently. The Priminox statue of the Principality of Kodopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Paleno was most generous.
Took a little time for me to remember how to do his accent. Thanks for the scenario. We finally caught Agent Texas Killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Albus to your eyes. It was good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Kodopian courts await. Kodopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip could find new vigor there. Larry Butts lives to see another sunset. This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir. Oh, finally. I thought I was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. But I hadn't noticed that I had dropped my police badge, too. I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man. Oh, God, RB, I don't even want to know what you're running. Oh, Emma! Remember Emma? We love her. I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did, but I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm gonna do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's gonna need all the help I can give him, scientifically. Well, Beans, thank you, Arbeat. That's not the only thing Arbeat's shown. Ah!
No, it's all right, Fred. It's good. Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy, but I won't be going outside much anytime soon. But that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center. Well, when he's on guard duty, there's such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. But stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love?
I don't remember how many other characters there are, honestly. Who the fuck? What? Oh, the judge.
It appears there are all sorts of drama that take place outside of the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
How many characters do we still have? Bad? Oh, you're doing Maggie? I thought if you were gonna do Maggie, you would have done her already. What? This is a long animation for her.
Will, I barely escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy, were we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh?
Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Ooh, this is actually kind of fun.
I mean, you worked at a maid cafe. You could strip. What's up, Faith? Okay, why not come to Codopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. Then we had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. There'll be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating our latest attraction. Who the fuck is left at this point? Bad. Only Bad. Bad and Lang, I guess, but we just saw Lang. Larry?
I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell Blue Ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun. I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot or at all really, but... Oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in the blue suit at all recently. Why don't they just say his name? I wonder what's up. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs.
Larry, he was disbarred. You are not joking, Boyd. Okay, so old bag and bad. Bad, 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 bad.
I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu.
Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving?
They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring.
Lang Zi says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail, so you eat all the poison. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet.
Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder?
Aren't you in your 60s now?
I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. Thinking of retiring my mirror.
Who is left besides Old Bag? It's just Old Bag, surely. Old Bag. Okay. I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy.
but it's all right, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please take care of your hip. And when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. I've been an alien and then some creepy fuzzy pink animal, and then I was the pink princess, a great hero of justice. But ever since I was a young maiden, I can talk to a stylish hat on my head, although Red Red would wear my own costume or something. That just sounds like a terrible idea.
Larry, well, Coyd, Phoenix is Larry's best friend. Larry is Phoenix's very good friend. March, oh my god, no. Sorry, I had to click back in.
Whoop, I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir.
Yeah, nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom.
Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court.
Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations. Clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francisca and Agent Lang.
So what are your plans now, Kay?
Oh, well, I've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant.
Are you still trying to steal my job, pal?
Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy.
Oh, what a relief. Alba walks in. There's one more trivial detail I just came up with.
Okay,
Yes?
even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. So I'm gonna hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own.
A 3-person team?
A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible.
With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. Rubs nose. I'm gonna work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see.
Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in.
If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door.
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken for forever.
Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us.
Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one.
No.
Hey, why not?
Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course not, Detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm taking the picture now.
Totally Thieves, it would be Totally Thieves.
Hey, come back here.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir.
Ah, hey, Detective Gumshoe! Stop that! I can't be seen doing that!
What are you doing with Gumshoe?
Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese.
And thus, the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. Very long tale. Saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax. For I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. Fuck off. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed.
Aww. What can't he be seen doing? He's not doing anything in this. Wow. Can't she see Gumshoe's other hand? All right, viewer. Thank you for tuning in to me. But I do have to raid out at this time. At least for those of you who are sticking with the raid and not going to watch Star Trek in the server, which is maybe already in progress. I do especially want to thank those of you who are able to donate to support the stream. Bram and Beans and Standard Hunter and ZJ Mac and an Edgelord and Viewer and Arbeat and Locktar and Maddox Kent. Thank you all. I don't know what I'm streaming tomorrow. I think a Tusk.
is if Lies P DLC is out, I might go straight to that. I would do a test custom normally, the one with the girl with the backpack and the big tits, but Phoenix Wright didn't have incredible viewership. I might do something current that people are interested in, like Liza P. We'll figure it out. But please, enjoy the rated stream, enjoy Trek. I'll see you there. Goodbye.